development of the country as a whole. But also making sure that the image of the country is protected, because Namibia is what you have as a country. There is no other country that you're going to call home apart from this one. The moment you put out inflammatory information as a news organization, or even conflicting information as a news makers or as a news media practitioners, the likelihood of impacting on the community, social cohesion, the social harmony, and many other issues is very high. So you always have to strike that balance and making sure, if there is a certain ideological leaning as a media organization that you have, but that has to be within the ambit of the law, that have to be within a form of making sure that you seek to build your nation for the positive development. I know if you go further afield, for example, in the United States, media organizations always have an ideological leaning. The far right, the left, and the center. You have those who are, for example, known as a media leaning toward the Democratic Party in the US, those who are leaning toward the Republicans. That is their own choice, but always, if you listen and watch those news organizations, they always put America first. And the question is, when you put a news out there, have you verified the fact? What impact is it going to have on the population and the viewers who are going to view this particular piece of news? Is it going to build the nation? And that is, for us, very important at Channel Africa News, at the Channel Africa Radio, and the SABC in a broader sense.
All right. Well, Mr. Katembo, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We wish you all the best covering Namibia's elections, and thank you so much for joining us in studio.
Thanks for having me.
All right. That was Nixon Katembo, who is the executive producer at the SABC News, joining us this morning, just giving us an update on Namibia's election, how he is covering it, so far, and also just talking to us about the recent elections of South Africa. Don't go anywhere. More interviews coming your way. Welcome back. You're still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. And as we bring you everything that has to do with elections, we now cross over to our colleagues who are finding themselves in the Oshana region, specifically in Oshakati, and that is John Ikonja. John, good morning, and it's over to you.
A very good morning, and Apewa and the team in the capital. Thank you so much for coming to us live at Oshakati, in the Oshakati East constituency for day 4 of the elections. That is, of course, still continuing. We are here at Evuroko Primary School, secondary school, pardon me, where still we are seeing slow movement of some people who are still coming to cast their vote. We have seen a couple of people come at this very polling center earlier, but it's not really much as we saw yesterday and on the 27th. Now, to give us an update on what has been happening in terms of the movement as well as the process and the responsibilities of the ECN, we are joined by Sakheus, who is the presiding officer at this very polling center. Very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Very good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Talk to us about the turnout of the voters here at this polling center ever since the 27th compared to today.
So we have started on the 27th, as you said, and that the very first day, people were coming in big numbers. Yeah. Because when we woke up in the morning, the queue was about maybe 100 and something meters away. And during the day again, it's still the same. And that day, we had the problem of the material which were a bit short. Yeah. And the ECN tried as much as they can do to make sure everybody was covered, and that's what they did. So we started the day after to do the voting again, yeah. And people start coming, especially yesterday. Yeah. They were also a lot, but today, as you can see, they are coming, but not that in big number. Yeah. But probably they will still come in. Yeah. Hopefully, they will.
Yeah. What time did the polling station open today, and what if you can give us a number of how many people actually arrived at the polling station at the time?
Normally we open at 7 every day. The total number I cannot tell, but as far as I've been seeing, we have registered a lot. Yeah. Very lot of people.
Okay. We have heard at some polling stations that material was still an issue, that they were not arriving on time. Was it the same? Was it the same with this very polling station yesterday and today?
No, it was the same yesterday. It was the same yesterday because we started around 9. But today we started exactly at 7 o'clock. Okay. So today we have no problem. Yeah.
What are some of some of the members of the public saying in terms of when they come here? What are the questions they're asking the ECN, especially when they come here?
So when they came here, they are always complaining about the slow of the system. Yeah. And that we can understand, because when working with the system, it's not an easy thing. Sometimes when it gets tired, it switch off itself, and there is nothing you can do. We just give it a time to refresh. Then we start over. It will start the process very well.
Now you're still going to be open until 9 o'clock. What are your expectations for the rest of the day?
So yes, of course, we are going to open till 7 o'clock. We are expecting to get few, as far as I can see now. Yeah. But that one never know. We like coming at the end. Yeah. It might be full, maybe from 5 there. That's what I'm expecting.
All right. In terms of the counting, when is the returning officer, of course, visiting the polling station, and when is the counting expected to start?
So that will depend on how long the queue will be. Yeah. I cannot tell what time exactly, because if at 9 o'clock people are not here, we can start immediately. But however, if 9 o'clock and there's a lot of people, we may start counting very late. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Sakheus. Thank you so much for talking to us and sharing this very important information. We wish you the best for the day.
You're welcome, and have a nice day.
Thank you. Well, Sakheus Shikongo, he's the presiding officer at that is the Evuroko Secondary School polling station here in the Oshakati East constituency. We are still observing and, of course, exploring how the movement of day 4 is going. As far as the Oshakati East constituency is concerned, we have it under good knowledge that it it's 4 polling stations that are open in the area. We have our Kanjagedi Community Hall where we found ourselves yesterday. Also at that very polling station, movement was also not as quick as expected, but it was also slow movement of people that were approaching the polling stations to come and cast their vote. We also know of Onawa Kindergarten, that was also a very not so much attended polling station. Ehenge Public Place is also the 4th polling station where also voting is also still continuing, and where we are finding ourselves now at Vururoko Senior Secondary School. We did have one of the voters who just casted their vote on standby, but unfortunately they had to leave due to nerves, I believe. But of course, we are still waiting for the updates on what's going to be happening and how the ECN is carrying out its task at every polling station here in Oshakati East, or rather in the Oshana region at large. We are going to bring you those updates as the day progresses. We are still, of course, anticipating to hear from the ECN as the results start to come in. But for now, that is all we had for you here from Oshakati. We are bringing it back to you in studio. Ndapewa.
Thank you so much, John. NBC's Johnny Konja there bringing us an update of what is happening that is in Oshakati, pardon me, in regards to elections, talking about the 4 polling stations, and everything is going good so far and not many people are showing up. Well, don't go anywhere. More interviews coming your way.
We are still here at the Khomas Coalition Center. It's Namibia Votes 2024. I'm Leslie Shiweda. As you can see, this is the set that we have been using for the past 5 days to try and make sure that we bring you all the information as far as the Maheke region is concerned and the Khomas constituency. I've interviewed the governor here, I've interviewed the media ombudsman, and I've interviewed the returning officer and also the electoral officer for the region of Maheke. But I also just wanted to really give you the behind the scenes so that you will be able to have as to what happened to your vote after you've casted it. It comes here at the Coalition Center, and it's get to be put in all of these boxes, and they are always watched by a police officer, a party agent, or even just the observers themselves. And the reason why they have to do that is because this is very sensitive material. Why is it sensitive? Because sometimes voices or votes can be altered, and people do not want to be able to have things that are happening, like some of the reports that we're getting from other constituencies where people accidentally, I'll have to repeat it, accidentally dropped an envelope into one of these boxes. Nothing of the sort happened here in the Maheke region. Now let's quickly just speak to the returning officer again, Hilde Wanivi. Thank you once again. For the benefits of our viewers, can you please explain to us what is in the blue boxes and what, or these ones, and what is in those ones?
The yellow boxes contains the ballot boxes of the National Assembly elections, and the blue ones contains the ballot boxes in presidential elections. So is the ballot boxes also. The blue ones, this is where you cast your presidential votes, and the green one, the yellow one this is where you cast your National Assembly elections.
I wanted to find out, as you can see, some of the boxes, like this one has got, these seals has got more than one for ECN, another white one, a green one, a red one, and so on. But if you look at another box, for example, the one at the top there, you'll see that it's only got 2 seals, one for IPC and another one. Why is that the case?
Boxes are sealed as per the political parties. For example, at each point or each polling station, you will find different parties' agents. So for the for transparency, each party is allowed to affix their seals on these ballot boxes, either the ballot box or the metal box.
The metal box, yes, where the book came in.
Where the book came in. Yes.
So on a box or a ballot box that has been sealed with, say, 2 seals like this, what does that mean? Does that mean that there were only 2 political parties available, or why?
It might not be the case. You might have maybe 5 political parties at your polling station, but maybe only 2 has seals. So it depends on who has the seal that is at that polling stations. But for our officials, ECN always has to affix their seals on each box. Yes.
So ECN always make sure that their
Yes.
seal is on the boxes.
Yes.
So for our viewers, so this is what happens to your vote after it has been casted. It gets to be counted at the polling station. After it has been casted and counted at the polling station, that number is then written and pasted at the polling station, and then it is brought here for verification. Let's quickly just go up so that you can show us as to what happens during the auditing process. We will obviously not be coming close to your side of the table. We will be on our side of the table. But what are their duties? What is it that happens here during a verification process?
During verification process at the collation center, we have 3 people that need to verify the votes: the verifier, and the auditor, and then the returning officer. So, and also among us, there are admin. The others that we are also seeing are the presiding officers that were presiding at various polling stations. So, but at this point, verifier verify and then sends to the auditor, and the auditor sends to the returning officer, and then the returning officer sends to SERC.
What does the auditor do?
The auditor also verify to see whether, for instance, just to verify, or yeah, they also verify, but just to make sure that what the verifier has verified is correct in terms of the votes allocated and the number of votes casted and all that. So
those numbers, they need to tally up.
Yes.
So
we all do the same things, but for transparency, that's why we have 3 people that verify before we send to Venduk, and then Venduk, SERC also verify. If they see that we made a mistake, they also send to us, and then we rectify and send it back to them.
Okay, so which means there's a double verification process to just make sure that there's nothing that goes wrong here. So once it's done, he clicked the send button and it goes to SERC and Windhoek. And then eventually the Windhoek Center then announced for the whole constituency of the Omaheke region. Okay, so there you have it from myself here at the Coalition Center. You have seen what happens to your vote. It comes here at the Coalition Center. It has been checked, and it has been kept occupied by a police officer, not just one police officer. At least there has been, because in Khobabe's constituency, there are 17 polling stations. So those 17 police officers, at the very least, at least one of them have stayed here tonight to make sure that nothing happens to anything of these ballot boxes, which is very important. And we are here in Khobabe's, and we will continue to be here as we wait to hear what is the final results are, who the winners are, and let's just hope that Namibia is the winner.
Welcome back. On your screen, you would have seen visuals of the Namibians turning up at the polls to cast their vote for the 2024 National Assembly and presidential elections. D-Day was Wednesday, but in the meantime, the Electoral Commission of Namibia has announced that polling will be extended to today and tomorrow. Here to help us understand these latest developments, but also what it takes to conduct an election, what the requirements are that need to be fulfilled. We are joined by a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Victor Tonshi. Greetings, Doctor, and welcome to this special broadcast.
Good morning.
Doctor, I believe we'll have to work our way back, starting with the latest developments, but then also understanding the mechanics that would have enabled us to be here and do what it is that needs to be done in accordance with the law, not only the statute, but certainly also the supreme law of the land, being the Namibian Constitution. In your capacity as a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, knowing what the scope and magnitude entails of such a process, what is your take on the announcement that we heard last night?
It's really incredible that, you know, in 34 years, we have not had anything like this. It's the first time. But we do understand, because the process is very rigorous, and also very complex sometimes. But these complexities are due to the manner in which we have allowed this process to be.
What does that statement mean, Doctor?
Yeah, what it means is we could have made the process much simpler by providing certain mechanisms which makes, you know, the voting and the voting more simple.
What would such mechanisms ordinarily be?
I think it's in the Local Authorities Act. There is a provision there which has never been implemented. I've not checked it. It's many years ago. Within the Local Authority Act, there was provision for ward system. But no one has been brave enough to implement the ward. Wards implies that there is only about maybe plus minus 500 people within that polling area. So, which means voters will be registered within those particular wards.
And may only vote within the ward.
Only vote within the ward.
What would the difference be between implementing a ward system as per the Local Authority Acts that you just cited versus compelling voters in the National Assembly and presidential elections to vote in the constituency where they are ordinarily resident and where they would have registered to participate in the process?
That's right. The difference would be the lines will be shorter, the time for voting will be shorter, and there will be no issues of, you know, running around, voters running around from one, you know, polling station to another.
So what did you do in your capacity as a chairperson at the time to help us get closer to that ideal, as you're painting it for us this morning, that we haven't gotten to yet?
Well, given the circumstances that we don't have that ward system, or we don't have the legislation that compels voters to vote at one particular area.
But legislation is also not stagnant. One can advocate for it and have the legislature behave and act accordingly.
Definitely. But what we did was, you know, in the past we had very few polling stations, and seeing these problems, we added more polling stations. More mobile polling stations. Also, the country, the geographic, form of Namibia makes it a little bit difficult.
And the vastness.
And vastness. A small population, long distances from one even village to another. I mean, you drive from here, from Okahanja to Chuarongo, I think it's 175 kilometers. There's no one there.
So, allow me to please be the devil's advocate, Doctor. I'm hearing you say that because the population size increased, because we had fewer polling stations for fewer people, we needed more stations for more people. The result is, even if you had fewer stations, you may have had longer queues, but you were certain that the ballot papers would be enough. Given the system that we use and the increase of the polling stations, that was aimed to address one of the challenges, it may have given rise to another challenge, because now you have to borrow and lend between one another to solve that problem.
Definitely. I think that's why it's allowed within the legislation that you can move because of the circumstances on the ground that we are facing with. We have allowed that you can vote. Previously, it was even bad because you could vote anywhere you are in the country.
Is that not the case? Is that not how we read the law at the moment?
Previously. At the moment, I think it's more within the constituency. I can't remember.
But at the moment, you may, even if you're abroad on special voting day, you may cast your vote abroad.
Yes, that has been, that has been there before. But in terms of the constituency, some constituencies are big.
Yes.
So it's allowed that you can move ballot papers from one polling station to another if there is surplus there. So in the past, of course, we had to increase the polling stations. I think now there are, I don't know, the 5,000. Last time was about 5,000. I can't remember the statistics. But there were fewer then. We increased the number of polling stations so that even within the city of Windhoek, where the population is bigger, voters could not move from one place to another, and also it's easier to get ballot papers from one polling station to another. But we did also provide telephone numbers for adjacent polling officials so that they could communicate easily with the returning officer and so on. So these mechanisms were put in place. Of course, the number of ballot papers were also, increased. We had a certain percentage. I can't remember the percentage. Now it was 10%. But there was enough ballot papers.
The surplus.
The surplus papers.
The point of departure is the number of registered voters, plus 10% at the moment. And we're working with about 4,000 polling stations across the country at the moment. Doctor, in all fairness, and it is a bit of an uncomfortable, awkward situation, is it your view that the current commission should solely be held responsible for some of these administrative hurdles? Does part of the responsibility for where we find ourselves as a country perhaps also vest with you and your commission, as well as those of those who was also seized with the process before the current commission took over?
As I mentioned, we have never had this kind of situation, a crisis situation before, where we had to extend the voting. Even, those days we had two days voting for many years. We fought for one day.
Why did you do that, Doctor?
Because we thought, the whole world, all democracies, some are bigger, democracies than us in terms of voting population. But they always, India takes 1 month or 2 months, but there are 900 million. Many democracies, they are 10 times us, but they voted only in 1 day. Because of the provisions that are there, which we are discussing, people vote at particular areas.
Yes.
And therefore, it takes a very short time for people to vote, and also you count very quickly, and so on. So we opted, but it was a long, it was a tough struggle because people were jittery the powers that be.
Do you believe that they were rightfully jittery?
Yeah, it's a big country, so we cannot vote, because people have to move from one place. We said, yeah, okay, but finally I think we put into legislation that one-day voting, will suffice, because it's unacceptable. I mean, there's no really good reason why we should vote for many days a small population.
Just one moment, Doctor. Just one moment. The very good reason could very well be the fact that in the National Assembly and presidential elections, you may cast your vote wherever it is that you find yourself across the country. What's your take on that? And number two, do you think in hindsight it was perhaps not the good decision that you fought for, as you just told us, to have voting only on one day as opposed to having polling over 2 days, which it was in this country at the time?
Yeah, I think the one-day voting is still, is still appropriate. We just need to manage the process well. We have to look at what are the key, areas that bring about difficulties in this process, and we try to address, those areas. There can be many ways in which we could do that. The current situation is very difficult to handle because you cannot manage the voting population. You cannot get into their minds. We have had people go to a polling station. The line is too much, and they move to the next polling station, and they are saved very quickly.
And then the ballot papers earmarked for that station, based on previous experience, run out prematurely.
And so on. Yeah. So these are. It's a bit difficult. The extension for now, the current extension for today and tomorrow. We know that when there is a crisis, and it's legitimate, then you can make such provisions.
From your understanding of the law as a former chairperson, is it your observation, is it your take that we are within the confines of the law with this move?
I think with this move we are okay, as long as it applies to the law, or there is legitimacy in that action that has been taken. It's a legitimate act. Constitutionally, you cannot deny Namibians from voting. It's a constitutional a right.
At the same time, Dr.
And if there was a problem that is not necessarily maybe intentional, then you can make such provisions.
At the same time, we did previously experience delays at the ballot. We did previously experience polling stations opening later than 7 o'clock because of administrative challenges. What renders this administrative situation different to those, especially during your time, and that warrants this kind of intervention, which it had not at your time?
Previously, we didn't have this timetable, like electoral cycle. We discouraged even political parties or government to think that elections are just the dates that the president has determined, although with an advice from the commission, that the elections will be this day. And then that's why you start doing everything. We say immediately after a particular election, you start planning for the next election. So the preparedness is very important. And you look at all the nitty-gritties, because there are so many small things that you think you take for granted. And those are the issues. I've always mentioned it. Those are the issues that will create problems for you during elections.
I want you to help us understand that, because we are lay people on the periphery, and you have the experience, what it takes to manage and to conduct and to supervise an election over a 4 to 5 year period, and which those small nitty-gritties are that could cost you dearly in the end if you don't keep a close eye on them. Walk us through this mammoth task, namely managing a process called elections.
It's too, it's numerous things.
It's no walk in the park.
Yeah, it's not. But you see, in terms of training, for instance, we train our people just for a few days. Maybe if training could be taken, once you stagger it throughout the years, maybe you create a pool of election officials or to be. Or
as permanent staff members?
No, not as permanent staff members. Yeah. But there are, there are institutions around here where you can where you can sponsor people for training, and then you may, employ from that pool of individuals. Why? We have found that polling officials sometimes with this short training, they do some sloppy jobs. And it's some they become very excited. I remember we trained, we outsourced training of election officials to use the IT, the computers, and they were given even the passwords. When the trainer, when they left, the trainer found those small pieces of passwords there, because now they were excited. These are young people. Putting
the integrity of those passwords.
Now they will be paid.
At stake.
Putting the integrity of the. So the following day, they have to be issued, a new passwords, because they left them in the training room, and so these are the kind of things, small things, and so on. But with the, see, Kunene, for instance, has a different terrain. We used to use even helicopters to take material there.
Two of which were used in Zambezi this time around because of hard-to-reach areas and the vastness.
Right, the vastness of the area. And also, I don't know what we did. We had people in, our army was in Liberia at some point. And because of there were some problems with ballot papers there, we had to take either the Learjet or the Falcon, to fly to Liberia, to fly ballot papers to Liberia.
For them to vote?
So, because the voting was like maybe tomorrow or something like that. So there are contingency plans that you could put in place. But I think preparedness is more important, to anticipate what areas, because I see Opo, Kunene it's one of the, I don't understand
because
Oshakati.
Of the number of why don't you understand Oshakati?
Because it's a small area, and the sharing of ballot papers could be more, convenient. And I don't understand why, unless the whole constituency, I can't remember which one in Oshakati, the whole constituency had no ballot papers, a shortage of ballot papers, which is also incredible.
So the shortage of ballot papers was one aspect. We also have instances where the voter verification devices overheated and needed to be switched off to cool down before they could be used again. What's your take on such a challenge?
We know technology sometimes it's difficult. It's a good thing, it's helpful, it makes our life easier. But in these circumstances, I think there was a time where even during our time, where computers froze and so on. Computers always freeze. But with these other new devices, I think it's better to put them in a test, put them for a longer period and see. Don't just bring them during the time of elections. So I think if more tests could have been done on those devices, you could detect these problems, way in advance. I don't think that it's uncalled for. These things should have been tested to see the problems that they may cause, during election. Yes.
You mentioned Oshakati and that you're not sure how that had come about. The constituency is Oshakati East, and about 4 polling stations have been affected. How does that reality change your stance?
Yeah, Oshakati East. I think that area is short distances from one polling station to another. So I don't foresee this problem arising there, because there could be, quick communication between the returning officer in that constituency.
Yet that is where voting is taking place today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's uncalled for, from my point of view.
So we learn
there are no long distances within the Oshakati East. Okay, I mentioned the other time, Windhoek Rural, it's a vast, constituency, and the terrain and the road system also is difficult. So I could understand, if there are problems in that constituency.
Our understanding is that the recommendation to the President came about through the ECN acknowledging that there were challenges that didn't grant everyone who wanted to cast their vote at that particular polling station in that constituency enough time to do so, and therefore they've been granted this opportunity. What do you make of those Namibians who didn't vote on the 27th because they didn't want to at the time, they had overslept, or they were busy and seized with other matters, who now are filling up queues, making queues very long to cast their vote today or tomorrow?
I don't know what mechanism was used, which is very dicey, it's problematic, to know who was there.
You cannot know.
The day before yesterday, yeah. It's very difficult to know. So we may just say, if within that constituency, people will just come and vote who didn't vote. So we cannot identify anybody that you were here, you were not here. There could have been means, but no one had foreseen this issue coming up. Otherwise, you could have made some other, which was also controversial. Like maybe give them some papers or whatever to indicate, but no one had foreseen this. But even that, it's not a solution.
Our colleague Johnny Konja, who's in Oshakati for the duration of the elections, at least the initial duration, was at one of the polling stations in Oshakati East this morning. And when we engaged him at about 9 o'clock, the polling station where he was at was not open yet. What happens if the logistical and administrative challenges that were encountered on Wednesday unfortunately repeat themselves today and or tomorrow?
These are limited numbers of polling stations, and I thought by night time, whatever, around the clock, working around the clock, the commission should have, addressed, those problems. Quickly contact, because I understand from the press conference that before they could seek, permission, from the president, they had to make, due diligence what has happened, and if this information was provided to the commission, you satisfy that we can deal with them, we can address the matter. Then, work should have started last night in those areas. Get the material and start distributing them to the respective.
In all fairness to the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Tonshi, in two of the instances in the Khomas region, as flagged by both the chairperson and the chief electoral and referenda officer, two private vehicles that were going to be used in the elections withdrew. In the event of that happening, particularly if it happens at the 11th hour, it is not necessarily the making of the commission.
Yeah, I think those are unforeseen circumstances, and therefore you cannot blame or put a blame on the commission that they did not do their job.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Dr. Tonji, as we're wrapping up our conversation this morning, there is quite a bit of uncertainty across the board in Namibia at the moment. What words would you have for Namibia, for Namibians, for the Commission at this point in time of our democracy as a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia?
I would say that this kind of things happen in elections because conducting an election is a complex act, a complex activity. It within a short period of time, you are dealing with a lot of people. As a commission, you employ a lot of people, and you do numerous activities within that short period of time. So there is room for hiccups and mishaps and so on. You're dealing with we are in the 21st century, and we need to use gadgets, electronic gadgets, and sometimes they are very useful for the process, but they can also give you difficulties. So these are challenges that we encounter. So as citizens of this country, let's just take it that these things happen and they will be addressed, and the final objective is to ensure that there was an election and Namibians participated in the election, and the Commission conducted it in accordance with the law as it has been done over the years. And therefore, just let us look forward to the results in a few days.
Are there sufficient avenues from your understanding for those who may feel aggrieved by any of the proceedings, by any of these developments, where they can seek recourse?
Yes, there's over the years, in the past, especially political parties always used to seek recourse. Mostly for National Assembly, no one contested presidential, which was a little bit interesting.
During your time?
Yeah, but you can seek recourse through the courts. Now there's an electoral tribunal which could be convened within a short time, and like in the past, which was prolonged process. So yes, we are a country that is a free judicial system. So anybody can approach the courts.
Lutumezi, for your time. Doctor, thank you for sharing your wealth of expertise, and thank you for helping us navigate these challenging times.
Lutumezi, thank you very much.
Shangwe, Doctor. There you have it. Dr. Victor Tonchi is a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, helping us navigate these unprecedented waters.
Those are some of the interviews we had earlier throughout the week, but that one was for yesterday as we continue having conversations on Namibia's elections. Now we have questions coming in, drawing in, asking when can we expect the results on the ECN app as well as the website. Now we all do know that the preliminary results of the presidential and Namibia Assembly elections are being released at various polling stations where voting basically is still continuing, but tonight voting ends and the results will still be streaming in, but the results will still be coming in. But after that, as the announcing and the posting of the results will be taking place at the polling station, in accordance with the Electoral Act, these preliminary results are basically then sent to the collision center in a constituency where they are verified and then transmitted to the Central Election Results Center in the capital, which is the ECN headquarters. And after that, the official announcement of the final results will be done by the ECN, and that will be the results of each of all the 121 constituencies in Namibia. So once the constituency results reach Windhoek, which is the Central Election Results Center, they are verified and then signed off by the ECN chairperson, and only only then will the results be shared with the public, and they will be made accessible. That is, of course, to the website as well as the ECN, the ECN app. If you have the app downloaded, please do stay with it, because the results will be coming in, streaming in slowly but surely. But for today, unfortunately, that update will not be on the apps. But for you to keep yourself updated, don't forget the NBC Digital News platform on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, which is basically X, you name it. You can always head there and keep yourself up to date with what is happening in regards to election. For now, we continue bringing you more interviews. Don't go anywhere.
Now, as the nation eagerly awaits the results of the 2024 presidential and National Assembly elections, we turn our attention to the critical role of election observers in ensuring free and fair and credible elections. Now, joining us this morning is Professor Piet Krokamp, who is a political expert from Northwest University in South Africa, and is also a regular election observer across Southern Africa. He is here to provide insights into the process, share observations from the polls, and discuss what these elections mean for Namibia's democracy. Professor, thank you so much for being here this morning. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Can you describe your role and tasks during your observation of elections here in Namibia?
Look, to us in Southern Africa, it's of critical importance that we maintain the momentum of democratic elections and free and fair elections. And Namibia has an incredible history in that regard. The Namibians had several elections, all of them free and fair, all of them perhaps not as competitive as one would like them to be, because one makes the assumption that competitive elections lead to good governance. But this election, I think, is more competitive than any of the previous elections, and that's always a good sign. It shows that civil society is organizing itself, political parties is organizing itself in the space, the democratic space, to compete for the popular vote and for the to represent the will of the people. In that regard, Namibians must not be hard on themselves, because if you look at the logistical problems that they experienced in this election, it's typical of most elections. It happens in South Africa, it happens everywhere. But the outcome must be free and fair, and I think we're heading towards that maybe.
All right. Now, talk to us about your observations of what we now term as voting day one, following yesterday's announcement by ECN, specifically leading to the challenges that caused the extension of voting.
Yeah. You remember that I think there was the decision was being made that there must be a paper trail, and that inevitably has delayed the process, the execution of the process. It makes it a little bit more cumbersome, makes it more almost difficult, I think, to execute for the Electoral Institute of Namibia and the Commission of Namibia. So I think we must be patient with it. I think we have to accept that it will be more complicated. I've visited numerous voting stations, and the patience of Namibians with the process was remarkable. It was an incredibly hard day. The queues were very, very long. The process very slow. And as you know, they've opened a few more voting stations today, trying to accommodate as many of the people as possible in the process. I still think the fact that the process has been opened, the fact that there was a consideration to what will we do about the process to allow Namibians who want to vote to actually participate in the election. All those things are commendable things. There are many countries in the world where citizens don't have that freedom, where opposition political parties don't have that freedom to insist on a process being extended. And it happens in Namibia, and I think it's a good and a clear sign that democracy is still in Namibia. It's well established, it's consolidated, civil society is active here, NGOs are very active here, and the media are free and fair here. I think those are all good signs.
Yeah. Do you think that this extension will have any impact on the overall credibility and fairness of the elections?
Well, it could increase the credibility of the election, because that's the question. Did everybody who wanted to vote get the opportunity to vote? And it's not always possible. You remember, when the queues are too long, people have other duties to fulfill. There are mothers who have children to look after, and then they leave the queue. But it happens in all elections. Those are things that people do voluntarily. The question is, did the process allow those who insist on voting, allow them to actually vote? And I think that door is still open, and it's been opened again. I think it's a good sign, yes.
So you are, of course, then saying with your answer that this could affect perhaps a more voter turnout. But what about skepticism?
The skepticism?
Yeah, from the electorate in terms of this extension. Are they confident enough to go and vote?
Yeah, I think that the queues that I've seen at the voting stations open are quite significant. In other words, people use the opportunity to still participate. But I think that's one part of the question. The other part of the question is observers. Do they think that this is an effort to actually make it possible to execute the electoral process in a democratic way, and does it increase the likeliness of it being a free and fair election? Yes, it does. It is a contribution, and in that respect, you have to commend the Commission that they allowed that. You have to commend the President who allowed the process to go on longer, and I think you have to commend Namibians for participating in the process to the final conclusion of it.
What Namibia is going through, based on your expertise as an election observer within the Southern African region, does it compare to any other country that you have observed? We know that Botswana recently took to the polls. Namibia extending its elections, is it something new? Is it something commended?
The question is within the law. Yes, it's within the law, and I think that's the important thing. I haven't seen it happen in too many other places that it's been extended, but just remember that even if you are on the first day, you're allowed to vote till 9 o'clock. If you're in a queue, you can vote till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 3 o'clock. In South Africa, some people voted in the next morning, 4 o'clock. So that extension, by definition, has always been a sign of the flexibility of the system to allow the most important thing, and that is to get the voters the opportunity to vote.
Yeah. What recommendation would you give the Electoral Commission of Namibia and the electorate perhaps to ensure that issues of this kind do not occur again in the next 5 years or the next elections, which are the local authority and regional council elections that are expected to happen next year?
I think the first thing they must do is they must change the law, and people must vote where they are registered. Because many of the voting stations that ran out of ballots is because it's almost impossible to plan for a particular voting station, to allocate a certain number of ballots to that voting station if you simply don't know who will turn up and vote in. Remember, this is a public holiday, so people tend to migrate to various areas. They go on holiday, they use that day for other purposes, they go to family, they go to friends. In other words, they change their location. And that is almost impossible to predict where will people vote unless you have it in law that people must vote where they are registered.
Yeah. Voting day, as we've indicated, has been extended starting today and will conclude tomorrow. What does your role look like for the next 2 days?
I'll be hanging around. I'll be speaking to the Namibians. I'll be visiting the voting stations. I'll be talking to the media and to many other role players as possible. I want to leave Namibia in a day or two and be as informed as possible about the process. And when the announcement is made, the final results is made, I would like to be one of those people who say this has been difficult, but free and fair, and the will of Namibians has eventually has come through, and we all agree.
Yeah. This is an unprecedented event, of course, Professor, and this time around, having known that voting has been extended for the next 2 days, it's also happening during a period where preliminary results are being made available. Will these results in any way influence the electorate?
Look, it's possible. In the United States of America, because of the different time zones, you have exactly the same thing, that the results appear here and they could well be still voting in some other areas in America. And it could be that people say, well, it seems like it's going against the political party I support, I should rather get up and vote. Or, well, there's a sense of complacency, we're doing well there, I don't have to go out and vote. It is possible. The question is, will it influence the result materially? I don't think so. Will it influence? It will have some influence, but there's no evidence that it influence the process materially to the extent that one can say it gives an unfairness or a sense of unfairness in terms of those who voted early and those who voted later.
All right. Thank you so much for being here and for engaging us this morning.
Lovely to have been here. Thank you very much for asking me.
Well, that was Professor Piet Krokamp. He is an election observer within the Southern African region, and he was talking to us about his observations of the elections that are taking place in Namibia. Of course, today is post-election day 2, but also voting day 2 right here in Namibia for the presidential and National Assembly elections. We will be right back.
Welcome back. You're still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. We now head over to our colleagues who are finding themselves at the ECN, the Electoral Commission headquarters, just to bring us an update of what's happening there. Ilago, good morning, and it's over to you.
Good morning, Ndapewa. Thank you so much for handing over to us. We are still here at the Central Election Results Center, and we are continuing with our broadcast here, ensuring that the public continues to be informed as we await the official results following the closure of the polls later today. Now, our program today, we will be having discussions on law and how election disputes are governed and managed during that period. We are also going to have a conversation with an election observer on how he has been finding the observations this side during his stay here and his mission. Well, right now I am joined by Henry Shimitukeni, who is a Namibian lawyer. Now, electoral disputes can arise from various reasons, such as disagreements over results or the fairness of the process. Section 95 of the Electoral Act 2014 plays a key role in governing polling processes, ensuring transparency and fairness. Now, the lawyer is here to discuss Namibian electoral law, common causes of disputes, and how transparency and election observers help to ensure that elections are conducted in a free and fair manner. Good morning, and thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you please explain to us the provisions of the Namibian electoral law regarding disputes and during this period of elections?
Okay. So the Electoral Act establishes basically three important forums to which participants in the electoral process, voters and political parties can take their disputes. The first one is the Electoral Tribunal, but that is usually used prior to the elections. We saw in the 2019 election, when there was a challenge to the EVMs, I was part of that challenge. It was initially brought to the Electoral Tribunal. There was the issue of jurisdiction, but that's fine. The other one is the Electoral Court. Now, the Electoral Court has its seat in the High Court, and to a certain extent follows the procedures of the High Court. The only difference is that the Electoral Act says that the Electoral Court basically disregards some of the formalities. Okay. And that's because the nature of elections is that it's very urgent, some determinations need to be made very quickly, and they also have to make their determinations within 72 hours. That's the Electoral Court. For example, till now we haven't seen anyone approach the Electoral Court, okay. But as the results start trickling in, one hopes it doesn't happen, but if a particular party feels disgruntled, they will then approach the Electoral Court. An example I can give you is another example of a matter I was involved in, but that was in the national election. It was the regional council elections in Dongalinena for one political party, and the one political party felt at the time that the counting process wasn't conducted correctly. That party then approached the Electoral Court. Firstly, the Electoral Court then made an order granting access to the electoral material. We then went and inspected the electoral material, which is now the ballots, at government garage or wherever it was kept. And then after that, we approached the court to make a declaratory order based on that. Yeah. So those are the remedies available to political parties or candidates or presidential candidates. But now when it comes to the presidential candidates, any party, which is the third one, any party or individual who wants to seek a particular order pertaining to the presidential candidacy or the outcome of the presidential elections has to approach the Supreme Court. So we mentioned the Electoral Tribunal, we mentioned the Electoral Court, and then there's the Supreme Court, which adjudicates issues pertaining to the outcome or processes relating to the presidential elections. We saw this in 2019 when Dr. Panduleni Itula, after the election, approached the Supreme Court to seek certain declaratory orders. At the time, he was not contesting from a party perspective, but only as an independent candidate. So therefore, the orders he was seeking relating to the presidential elections, he approached the Supreme Court directly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, during these elections, we have seen political parties, some political parties, though, air their grievances through the media. But as you just indicated, none of this has still been approached to the Electoral Court. So why would political parties, for example, take the route of airing their grievances through media and through demonstrations, as we saw yesterday at an event, instead of taking the legal route, perhaps?
Look, I mean, one can't really know what the state of mind of the political parties is, but
is it awareness?
No, it's not awareness.
Okay.
Most of those political parties, without offending anyone, can say the top 5 political parties have at some stage or other been part and parcel of one or other electoral process in an electoral court. So they do know the forum to which they can approach. I'm talking about the main political parties. But then, or the top performing political parties. But then again, you must remember that the electoral process is not yet complete. And perhaps one can interpret to say that if one wants to be, wants to be understanding, can interpret to say that perhaps they feel that since some processes aren't yet complete, if they do air their grievances around them, at the very least they can be corrected before completion. We're talking about perhaps if there's issues around counting, perhaps, or on election day we saw issues around ballot papers not being at the particular polling stations. Perhaps one can interpret it and say that no, their view is that if it is that they air their grievances and bring it out before completion, at the very least, perhaps wrong conduct which is uncompleted can be corrected.
Yeah.
Perhaps, but I doubt very much it's awareness, because most of the political parties who are top-performing political parties have at some stage or other been part and parcel of an electoral process, an electoral court process in one of the tribunals. Yes.
Do the existing electoral regulations ensure transparency in order to avoid disputes?
Yes, they do. The Electoral Act has mechanisms in place to ensure transparency, and that is all the way from counting till verification, all the way through. The question is, even if the provision, for example, says that this and this should happen, is the ECN doing it practically? And the sad part is, at the time, is here in Windhoek North, in the ECN headquarters, ordinarily, in the absence of elections, this is their head office and this is their staff. But at a period during election period, we're talking about, look, I don't know the exact numbers, but we're talking about polling officers and all of these people, presiding officers, who are in essence an extension of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. So it might be so that there might be certain issues which might lead to transparency, don't have necessarily to do with there existing or not a provision in the Act, but how a particular presiding officer or election officer or an election official deployed by the ECN behaves. I mean, I saw on the news of one video, on the NBC, of one video of a lady saying that she was turned away because she had some kind of nails. Yeah, so she's not supposed to be turned away because of that, but the particular presiding officer, who's temporarily an extension of the ECN, whichever official it was, I don't know if it was a police official, because the police too play a very important role in terms of monitoring and ensuring that there's no disruptance, turned that particular person away. So the shortcomings don't come from the absence of significant processes which ensure that political parties can, you ask transparency. They all have counting agents which are allowed to be there, but you can't guarantee, perhaps especially after what we've seen on the 27th, you can't guarantee that practically that's what's going to happen. And that's where the disputes come from. The disputes don't come from the absence of aspects in the Electoral Act or the proclamations that come from the Electoral Act. The disputes normally come from the practical part thereof, the extension of the ECN. And there's a lot of factors, you know. I mean, if one looks at it and says, just a day before the elections or 2 days before, we had disgruntled people who are extension of the ECN, you know, are they in the correct state of mind in terms of motivation to ensure that the Electoral Act and its provisions are implemented as they should be? Yeah, so the shortcomings, I believe, at this stage aren't in the Act itself. Obviously, the Act, the 2014 Act, it was developed. It was recently amended now, just before the elections, and that had to do with aspects of, people who are being nominated and whether they should vacate, shouldn't vacate. So there's always space for development. But from my experience, 99% of the time, it does not have to do with the Act or the regulations or the proclamations. It has to do with the implementation, the administrative part from the ECN. Yes.
Just using the example that you used of the news story where a woman was turned away because of her nails and not being allowed to vote, what legal recourse can the electorate take when they feel aggrieved? Is there any?
Yes, there is. One can approach even the Electoral Court to make a particular declaration on that particular conduct, on that particular conduct. There's the aspect of locus, of course. I don't think it's something that would warrant you to go to the Electoral Court and say, the election must be set aside. No, but you can ask for a declaratory order to say, is this correct? She did ultimately get to vote, it would appear, but it would be a thing of to seek a declaratory order in terms of that particular conduct. Is it correct to turn away a particular person? Some things might not be able to be reversed, but it's conduct to say that it shouldn't happen again. Look, I don't think it's conduct which warrants to say, I didn't get to vote because of my nails, and therefore I'm going to the court, the election must be set aside. I'm not even sure she would have locus for that kind of order. But a declaratory order in terms of that particular conduct, I don't see why not.
All right.
I don't see why not, yeah. But also, look, at the same time, I believe too that the ECN, which is empowered in terms of Article 95 to basically be the constitutional body that oversees the elections, when such things are reported, they themselves can make pronouncements on them. Obviously, there's a lot going on right now, and it might be difficult to make pronouncements on every particular thing, but some things do warrant certain pronouncements, perhaps at the end of the process. Yeah.
So if an electorate feels that they are mistreated or they are not, their right is not being granted, that is to cast their vote, what is the actual process to follow? Would calling the ECN and expressing their dismay suffice first before taking the route of the legal route?
Look, if you come to a particular polling station, and it is that, look, the polls are they still open, I believe,
yes,
for 8 constituencies. The first thing to do is obviously to insist that the electoral officer, the presiding officer, they must record it in the OB, the occurrence book. It must be recorded in there. If it is that it's something that amounted to you being refused the right to vote, and the election and the polls have closed, I do believe then that if you so feel that it's something that warrants legal action, then you should take legal action. At the very least, seek a declaratory order on that. Was it correct? Was it not correct? Obviously, they won't be able to reverse it, but at least the ECN would be able to take corrective action to not allow it to repeat again. But the first advice is to say that ensure that the presiding officer of that particular polling station makes record of that in the occurrence book, which they should have, or however it was practicalized. I believe it's an occurrence book. Yes.
Now, because some of these disputes are taking place during the election process, and this election process is also happening during a specific duration, what does the timeline look like for filing a dispute and having it attended to?
Look, the Electoral Court has to make a decision has to make a decision within 72 hours. So they have to make a decision within 72 hours. So at least I think that gives assurance that at least one has to be realistic, because ordinarily it's heard by Electoral Court is ordinarily heard by three judges, I think 72 hours is a reasonable time, and that's in the Act. So I think that should give the electorate time to say that, look, that is reasonable time for them to make a particular decision on that. Yeah.
There seems to be a confusion, especially with the recent decision to extend voting processes. Can you please help us and the public understand how this was made possible from a legal perspective?
Look, it's firstly, again, one would hope, one hopes that in future the ECN is much more transparent in its processes leading up to something, particularly when there's a crisis, and in communicating its decisions. On the evening of the 28th of November, there was a lot of uncertainty in terms of what exactly is this, when was this decided, when were all these consultations done. So that is something which obviously dents a little bit the perception that we're supposed to have of a ECN which is independent, which is transparent. Given that is me, that as it is, the next day we then saw a proclamation signed by, well, on the hand of the president, indicating that he amended the government gazette which he issued in September 2024. In September 2024, he issued a gazette indicating that this is going to be polling day. The time is going to be from 7 in the morning to 9, and it's going to be on the 27th, which is obviously read with section 93, which says that even in the event that polling stations close and you're already in the line, you can just continue to vote. Look, the Electoral Act itself does not necessarily provide for the president to amend that, the particular proclamation. And there's particular, one can say there's particular reasons for that. Political parties who have counting agents and agents at the polling stations and all of that obviously need specific time to make those logistical arrangements. So there's no specific provision made to say that the president can extend. There's not that. I believe perhaps what they relied on, I was doing some trying to understand it. That's why I say that the ECN should be more open in terms of explaining this. Perhaps what they relied on was this interpretation of statutes proclamation of 1920, 37 of 1920, which says that if a particular state functionary is empowered to make certain rules and regulations, they also have the same power to amend those regulations. So I think at the very least, perhaps they relied on that to make that determination. It's quite uncertain. I think the ECN, that's what I'm saying, the ECN should be frank, because those, obviously the public is extremely, those in those 8 constituencies are ecstatic, because now they can, and we saw the lines at TransNamib, now they can vote, and they would not really be too concerned in terms of the interpretation, is it correct, is it not correct. But we do see some views from political parties and those with time to read, questioning and saying, but wait a minute, is this correct or is it not correct? And it's important for the ECN to explain to the electorate, to the citizens, even those who don't vote, and to the political parties, that when we reached our decision, we relied on this particular provision. In the absence of that, people might then interpret and say, but is the president acting lawfully? At the end of the day, you know, it's a catch-22 for the president, but we've got commissioners like Tate Pius who are legal practitioners. And they should, we saw the way they, the way they speak. They should be very open and transparent and say, this is what we relied on, so that the people can then respond and say, oh, okay, we now understand or we don't understand. Otherwise, it just leaves a very gray area. And here's the difficulty, though. Just to give you a practical example, we saw, I think, last year or the year before, just an example where the Speaker of Parliament made a decision to bar certain parliamentarians from Parliament. I think there were 2 or 3. And simply said, your conduct based on the rules, you are banned from Parliament. That decision stood up until those particular individuals went to the High Court and ultimately the Supreme Court, which turned it down and said, Speaker of Parliament, you were incorrect. You get it? So the fact of the matter is, there might be shortcomings within the decision of the president, but right now as it is, with its shortcomings or without them, it stands. Because he made a decision, and up until it's set aside, that decision stands. Yeah. Yes.
Can we foresee the aggrieved political parties or political parties who are not in agreement or do not understand to approach the court for assistance in this regard? Do we foresee that?
Look, I think, do we foresee it? One can't determine that. Would it assist us? Would it assist us? Yes. I think, particularly on the aspect of the extension, I think it would assist us a lot as a Namibian people, the media, everybody, if one of the political parties or even an organization of sorts which has locus, approach the court for clarity, for future purposes. Because what are we saying? Are we then saying that, without getting a clear stance on it, are we saying that the president is empowered to just continuously amend his proclamation? Can he amend till when? You get what I mean? That's the uncertainty that there is. It borders being very unlawful in the absence of a determination and explanation. But at the very least, one understands also the difficulty that the state was in, the president was in, because it was quite evident based on what the media was showing, that based on what the presiding officers were saying, that some people were denied the right to vote. So I think the president made a very difficult decision, which is slightly, in the middle, but it's what it is. So yes, it would assist us greatly if one of the political parties approached and said, this is what happened, it already happened, what is the stance? Court, please interpret this for us. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for explaining that to us. Your final remarks, and as far as understanding the electoral disputes and laws in Namibia is concerned,
Look,
please.
I think my plea to the ECN is just to say that we must be, the ECN is a body. It was the Constitution was amended in 2014 to give them specific powers. And then there's the Act. They are our only body as Namibians which we have entrusted with our Article 16 right to vote. And number one, our plea is that they should be very transparent in terms of their communications to people. There should be communications to the electorate. They should be very open in terms of their engagements with the electorate, not on the defensive. Obviously, it's quite clear that there's a lot of administrative glitches, but this is the only electoral commission of Namibia that we have, and it's just not about a year from now. We are going to require them again to run our local authority and regional elections. So our plea is, even as a legal practitioner, all of us right now as citizens, is to say the ECN, please, be transparent, be open to engagements. The people are not here, the people and even us with our legal views are not here to fight the ECN. We are all here to monitor an institution which we've entrusted with our Article 16 right to determine who it is that is going to form the legislature and executive of our country.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes.
Well, that was a conversation with Henry Shumutikeni, and we were discussing the electoral disputes and laws in Namibia as Namibia is currently undergoing its election process for a president and National Assembly representatives. We now hand over to our colleague Nina Katangana, who is in Swakopmund. It's over to you.
Good morning and welcome to this special broadcast from Swakopmund. We're still bringing you all the elections-related news, views and interviews. Voting is still ongoing in parts of the country today, so we encourage you to go out and cast your vote. Polling stations opened, of course, at 7 a.m. and will close at 9 p.m. tonight. Now, to have a look at the areas which are still continuing to allow voting, have a look at this. Welcome back. Now, the police play a crucial role as stakeholders in the elections, ensuring the safety and security of voters. We engaged with the police commissioner in the Irongo region to evaluate their presence, impact and responsibilities during the election process. This assessment aims to determine if security measures were implemented as intended.
Commissioner, just to start with, how would you assess the overall security situation during voting day within Irongo?
Thank you very much, Nina, for having me this morning. The security situation in the region during the voting process and after the voting is really relatively quiet in terms of any, since we haven't recorded any incident which is related to the voting. And we haven't received any report, neither from the members of the public, whether any harassment or any insult, meaning from law enforcement agencies. We are really pleased for not receiving any incident report. And this should also go, the credit should also really go to the conduct of the entire members of the community of Irongo region. Making sure that everything went smooth.
No challenges faced by your team in managing the crowd at the stations? We know that people, got restless waiting in the long queues and went from, one polling station to the other, perhaps overcrowding certain places. How did they manage, the controlling of the crowds?
Yes, we had, I cannot say that, we had only one pocket of incident whereby the crowd could not adhere to, they didn't want maybe to stand in the queue, giving one another a chance. But this incident was quickly addressed, and it also happened only at the polling station, not at the fixed points, but at the mobile points, whereby, because some members of the public chose to follow the mobile team. Seems maybe they thought that it's only the shortest way to cast their vote, following the mobile. And this mobile team is, at certain instance, there was an overwhelming number of people who wanted also to cast their vote. But during that process is where now the members were rushing for who to stand first, who to vote first. But fortunately enough, we have additional members who were on standby to respond to some of those incidents. And we swiftly attended to it, and everything was in order, and no one was injured during that process. And then everything was orderly.
Did you receive any feedback from voters regarding their safety?
I haven't received an official feedback from the members of the public during their safety. But what I'm trying to say is that the absence of any incident, any reported incidents, whether it's violence, whether it's maybe people were maybe fighting over the spots, that is a sign that everything went well. Otherwise, they could have come and report any incident to the police, which we haven't received so far. Yeah.
Of course, for the elections, the ECN worked very closely with its stakeholders to ensure, a smooth process, a smooth day without any hiccups. And the police, of course, are one of those stakeholders. So talk to us about how much planning went into this, the coordination with the ECN that took place to ensure that there's enough police presence within the region. If reinforcement would be needed, it would be available, etc.
Thank you very much. Before this election took place, there was really a number of consultation with the ECN, whereby police officers were trained as to how what is expected from them, and there was really enough consultation. As you know that Erongo was having 141 polling stations, which we have to cover with 282 members. And all those in different constituencies, training like here in Walvis Bay took place, as well, I mean in Swakopmund, also in Omaruru, and that training took place to equip the members before the election. And we were also having if there's any items or any matters which need our attention, the ECN officials were always willing to consult my office, to deploy some members or to be trained. And if any incident happened, or there was really a constant consultation. And this is really proved to be that the end result of this election, that so far no incident have happened, that continuous consultation really played a crucial role in terms of addressing issues which can come forth. And that really resulted that the process went smooth. Yeah.
So all in all, Commissioner Kupembona, you're happy with how things transpired and how operations were concluded and conducted on election day?
I'm really pleased, and also, actually, we have to give credit to the public who make sure that good collaboration with the public, who head to the call that regarding their conducts, and also credit also to go to all the liquor outlet owners or those who are selling liquor, whatever the case might be, the shop owners, the bottle stores. They really head to the call of the government that 27 was supposed to be the close day, and which was the close day. And we patrolled across the region, not necessarily just here in Walvis Bay and Swakopmund, across the region, and all the places were closed. And which is really, I have to give credit to the public and to thank them for their cooperation. Without them if they could not make everything possible for peaceful election, we could not claim that everything went well, but really they played their role. And I also want to thank all those who were involved in this planning of this operation for this election. It went well, but it is not yet over. It is not yet over until the final result had been announced, and we know also the aftermath of the result. That is why I want to encourage for all of us to be at ease and to be really proper law-abiding citizens, especially in Erongo, that as we are waiting for the result to be announced, please let's respect whatever result might come up, and also to behave orderly. And that is my appeal to the residents of Erongo, that let's anticipate for the outcome of the result, and let's receive the result, and let's, whatever comes up after the result, please, my plea is that let's behave orderly and let's be really law-abiding citizen, because their exercise so far, I'm very pleased, and let's continue with this kind of approach, or where we respect one another. Yeah.
Commissioner, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Well, those were the sentiments of Erongo Police Commissioner Nicholas Kupembona. After the break, we speak to the newly elected mayor of Swakopmund. are the recent elections for the Swakopmund Municipal Council have resulted in Councillor Blasius Gorasep being elected as the new mayor, with Councillor Swama Kautondoka serving as a deputy mayor. This leadership change marks a significant moment for the council as it embarks on a new term focusing on local governance and community development. The management committee will also play a crucial role in guiding municipal decisions. The new mayor now joins us this morning. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, and thank you, Nina. Thank you for having me.
Well, first of all, of course, congratulations on your being elected and appointed as the new mayor of the town of Swakopmund.
Thank you so much.
Before we unpack, of course, your plans while in office as mayor, I want to gauge your views on the elections, which, of course, has come to an end here in this region, but is still ongoing in other parts of the country. So how do you perceive, firstly, the recent, election results in Swakopmund? And what do you think they indicate about the community within this region's priorities?
Well, Nina, we had 24 fixed stations and 6 mobile teams in Swakopmund. And then I must admit it went fairly smooth from the beginning and so on. But then at certain voting points, at polling stations, we had some issues that were reported, especially at Pro-Ed, for instance, where it would become very uncomfortable for people because it was a mobile point. And while certain voters were still in the queues, the point had to move again. And it was very uncomfortable for those people now to have to find a new point. So we were arguing now, Pro-Ed is a school. Why was there not a fixed point at that school? Why did people need to move between polling points? And then there was the issue, one of the other issue that was reported at Habitu, also where people were still in the queue apparently, and then the voting they just couldn't be afforded the opportunity to vote. So these among others were reported also. So perhaps we didn't, at some places, for instance at Kwanikondes, the system was also freezing and hanging up, similar to what was reported at other parts of the country. So we also had some of those happening in Swakopmund. Our main concern, however, now is, although it went fairly well in Swakopmund, we were just of the opinion that we could have been afforded at least 1 or 2 stations in the extended period, just to allow for those members, just to allow for those members of the community that didn't have the opportunity to vote. So we would have really appreciated if we had 1 or 2 stations, at least just 1 or 2, just to allow those members of the society that didn't exercise their democratic vote to be able to do so. But then, after all, I think it went fairly well. It went fairly well.
And now we await the results.
Yes, now we await eagerly, in eager expectation, the announcement of the results.
What are your immediate priorities as the new mayor of Swakopmund?
Well, Nina, I think it would be good for us to start with stakeholder engagement, just a meet and greet, so that we meet our key stakeholders and more or less find out their concerns, their expectations, their challenges. What are the challenges they're facing? What are their expectations from the mayoral office? So that we are able to then be guided by what we gather during those stakeholder engagements. So that's one. The second one is we have a festive calendar that is quite packed with activities, starting with the Netbank Desert Dash, then followed by Africa Netball Cup that will also be run here in Swakopmund. Then we have the food festival, and then we have the annual F&B triathlon, Sandman triathlon. And then there's the street fair, and there's the athletics training camp and development camp. So we are, and then there's a swimming dash, and so the whole festive season is really packed with activities. So I believe those will now get our immediate attention for now.
And of course there are challenges facing this community, and I'm sure you already have plans that you'd like to execute once this festive season calendar is out of the way. So talk to us about the ideas and plans, initiatives that you have possibly lined up to speak to the challenges of the communities within this area.
Well, it's important to note, Nina, that there is no one-size-fits-all solution for the entire community. We would like to segment the community and then deal with each segment in its own merit and in its own right. If you look at the elderly, for instance, they've got their concerns, their challenges. If you look at unemployed graduates, for instance, they've got their challenges and concerns. If you look at the youth, and if you look at churches, and you look at sports clubs, for instance, soup kitchens. So we don't want to put all of them in one bucket, but we want to segment and then deal with those critical stakeholders individually, and to find out what are the challenges they face and so on, and how we can work together in finding solutions from the office of the mayoral side. But then from the top of my head, especially in the informal settlements, for instance, the major issues that we are facing now is lack of street lighting. It's dark in those areas, and it becomes unsafe for our people to move around, especially at night. So already we are in talks with Irongore to erect to improve the street lighting in the informal area. So that is one that we'll definitely have to push from the side of the office of the mayor. That's one. But then I must add to that although we are bringing this development that is much needed in the informal settlement, the challenge that we are facing is copper theft. Irongore can come and put a cable there today to bring the much needed light to our community. But then tomorrow it's gone. So there is this self-destructive nature also in our community. And we need to find a way around that, because we are losing millions and millions on copper theft on an annual basis. So we are jumping onto Irongore and say our places are dark. And the moment they move, then we come and counter again with stealing copper. And that is really self-destruction. That's one. The other challenge that needs our immediate attention is the issue of safety. Resident safety, visitors and tourist safety in our town. Swakopmund is not safe anymore. And the other day I just heard somebody saying they prefer Walvis, for instance, because Swakop is not so safe anymore. These are obviously sentiments that we don't want to hear. So there is a space there, and there's an opportunity for us to work together with law enforcement for them to really have targeted interventions so that we can turn that around. So these are the immediate areas that will receive our immediate attention going forward.
You also mentioned, of course, you don't want to place everybody in under the same, umbrella when it comes to challenges, and you're going to be dealing with them, as individual situations. But I want to ask about the elderly that you mentioned. What are some of the challenges that the elderly within the town? What
we found, and this is an issue that we have already started addressing. For instance, during the COVID period, we opened all the water. And during that period, we have found that most of the elderly never really paid the water. Now they are running into this situation where water bills are quite high for the elderly. Yeah, it has accumulated, and you get a water bill of an elderly person for around 46,000, 36,000, 20,000, and they only have the old age grant. There is no chance that they can ever pay those kind of amounts off. So there's a program that we have introduced a while ago. So we will do some more PR to see, are there some elderly who are still faced with this problem, and then there was a grace period that the council has granted. But maybe we need to do a bit of more PR, just to indicate that during this period, council did write off some of these debts. If you have not heard about this program, please make way to our office so we can see how we can help. So those are but the challenges that some of those elders face. You will find in some other instances that the elderly are left with their grandchildren. And the grandchildren would only be solely dependent on that grant of the old age, and then the children do not really look back and take care of the kids they have left with the grandparents. So we find those also in our community. So those are more or less the challenges that our people face. So we will now see how we can assist in those kind of instances. This is why I'm saying you cannot have a one-size-fits-all as for the community and the challenges they face.
What is your vision, for the economic development for the town of Swakopmund?
Well, first and foremost, we want our own economic barometer in Swakopmund, so that we are able to collect our economic data and statistics locally for Swakopmund. Currently, we have the national data and so on, and national economic indicators and so on. But we would love to have our own economic indicators in Swakopmund so that we are able to keep an eye on economic growth, where we are growing, which sectors of our economy is growing at what times and so on. That's one. And then secondly, we are looking at township industrialization, where we can maybe manufacture something. I mean, at the moment, we are not manufacturing even a toothpick. There's nothing that we are manufacturing in Swakopmund. So we have already started engaging with our international partners, and then perhaps during my tenure, I hope we will be able to at least kickstart the process where we are looking at what is available in terms of raw material and what is there that we can at least manufacture in Swakopmund. Then thirdly, as for the economic development, we are looking at, we have a couple of agricultural plots also available in Swakopmund. And now we want to see how we can, in a coordinated manner, use those agricultural plots to create a circular agricultural economy so that we can produce. For instance, if you just look at the eggs that we consume, all our hotels and guest houses, do we really need to bring these eggs from Uganda? Why don't we produce them here? If you look at the tons and tons of bacon we use here, why can't we produce them here? So these are the activities in terms of economy that we are looking at, perhaps that we can coordinate from the office of the mayor to bring that agri side also into Swakopmund. Normally, we would be seen as a tourist destination, and I think we have done well in those.
Yes,
but now we need to
event.
expand. We need to expand into manufacturing and expand into agri, so that we produce what we eat and eat what we produce.
Talk to us about the strategies that you're perhaps looking to implement, to enhance community engagement within the town, because you can't do anything without the community, really.
Of course, of course. Well, on a weekly basis through our PR, we are already on the radio stations. And then on every Wednesday, we open our Facebook page for those members of the community that has access to Facebook, and then that's where they can criticize and compliment our services and also express themselves. So we have those channels already available, but then we also have an annual calendar where we have now the monthly community meetings, and that's where we also communicate and engage with our community. But then we really want to have targeted interventions, especially for youth. If you look at youth, street soccer and those things, that's where we want to catch them and also engage them and see what they need, and then how we can help and get them involved in the activities. So as we are saying, we want to segment and then deal with each segment according to their needs. So graduates, for instance, unemployed graduates, we would like to engage them, get them together in a wall, say, guys, what can we do together? Can you do training? For instance, you are already, in what field have you studied? Can you do training in this and this? So we will see how we will engage every member of the society.
Other than unemployment, being a concern for the youth, like it is around, the country, what's specific to the Irongo region and part of the youth challenges here is also drug abuse. Are there any, projects, initiatives that your office is undertaking together with stakeholders, of course, to mitigate this great concern?
Yes, good question. We have, as Swakopmund municipality, we have what we call Swakopmund Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, the SADA initiative. That has went through council. We have launched it a while ago, and then we have partnered with stakeholders and NGOs like SODA for programs that they are doing. So it's just now to maximize what we already have started and really to get it to fruition. In the fight against drug and substance abuse is quite huge. It's a momentous task. It's a momentous task. So because of perceived involvement of police also. So it makes it very, very challenging to really tackle and root out. But now we have also approved budget and funding for House of Safety in Swakopmund, where we will have provision for substance abuse victims, where they can now have programs and be assisted and so on, where counseling and these things will happen. So we are also looking to work with the ministry and then improve and see how we can increase the available number of counsellors, and so that we can actively, but our focus would then be on prevention and not so much on rehabilitation. How do we prevent from the onset through training and then activities, and get our people, get our youth off the streets, and then get them actively engaged so that they don't engage in these kind of things. But we have we have made some efforts already in those space.
Fantastic. Now, other than you being appointed as the new mayor, there's also a new deputy mayor.
Yeah, of course.
So talk to us about your plans for collaboration with the deputy mayor and also, of course, the councillors.
I really want to involve the office of the deputy mayor from the onset, because as I've just said to you, our festive program, if you just look at that, for instance, there's no way that I will be attending all of them on my own. So I will be delegating most of the task also to the deputy mayor. She's also quite clued up, and I'm sure she will be able to, I will keep her on her toes. She will be running. Yeah, so it's necessary for us as the leadership of the town to show that, you know, this is not a one-man show. We don't own things here. We work together and we capacitate so that in the absence of the mayor, for instance, things can continue to function. Yeah. So the deputy mayor's office will be operational from the onset.
Awesome.
Yeah. As for the other councillors, we look at capacity. And then we will try and place our resources. If you look at, for instance, in the hospitality industry, we have capacity on council. So issues relating to hospitality, we have a councillor that is specialized in that. When it comes to the technical aspects, town planning, and the technical aspects, we have capacity in council. So we will look at how we deploy our resources based on capacity.
Transparency and accountability is very important. So how do you plan to ensure that this is paramount in your office and during your tenure?
Transparency and accountability becomes a challenge when you don't involve people. When you try and run a one-man show, then transparency and accountability will always be questioned. But when you have an open door, open book approach right from the onset, then you shouldn't have issues with transparency, So where anybody can at any time approach the office, then we shouldn't have those kind of issues. Normally where there's lack of leadership, that's where you will find transparency issues and so on. But I think we have the right mindset and the right type of leadership in the office in order to curb that. Yeah.
Just finally, what message do you have for the residents of Swakopmund as you begin your term as mayor?
Nina, before I get to the residents of Swakopmund, I really have a strong message to the law enforcement. To the law enforcement, to the police, regional police, local police. We really want to see policing. We really want to see improved visibility of our police. Swakopmund is not safe anymore. We now have the issue of Angolan children begging on our streets. And the police just does not have grip on this situation. These children, and they force you to buy things from them. If you don't buy, they can even stone you. And they become violent, and the police are just not, they just don't have the hand on the crime. Crime has been on the increase in Swakopmund. So my message is really to the law enforcement agencies out there to come to the fore and be more visible, especially now that we are expecting visitors and tourists to come to our town. We need improved visibility from the police. Police is just nowhere to be seen. So my challenge is really, and my message, this message is strong to the police. Yeah, we are serious when we say we want to see improved visibility of the police. You cannot even walk in the streets of Swakopmund during the day and you will be threatened. I mean, Swakopmund is this place where you come, where you want to have a good time with family and friends and so on. But it becomes more and more unsafe. So my message is to the police is we want to see increased visibility. And then to the people of Swakopmund, really I want to address the issue of copper theft. Copper theft is a serious issue affecting us all. It's a self-destructive nature. It is a self-destruction issue. We are destroying ourselves when we steal copper cables, because now we have to come and reinvest money that we could have spent on something else just to replace cables that somebody has privatized. So that issue we are really strongly condemning. And we will now strongly advocate together with Irongored, and we will have campaigns running through our PR office so that when you see something, please say something. Yeah. That's a campaign that we will be running from the office of the mayor. See something, say something, so that we can curb copper theft. Yeah. But as for the Swakopmunders, let's work together, let's stand together, and let's restore and let's take our city to greater heights. Yeah, and then I want to invite and send an invite nationwide and even regionally. That of course we all know that Swakopmund is the destination of choice when it comes to December and the holidays and so on. Yeah. We have a fully packed program for festive. You will never be bored. So inland, there's drought, there's no rain, it's hot. Swakopmund is the place to be. Yeah. So that's our message. And thank you, Nina, for having us. But we are excited for this new tenure and we are ready. All hands on deck. and boots on the ground. We are ready to work.
Well, thank you so much for being here, and once again, congratulations on being elected, and all the best with your plans for your tenure.
Thank you. We remain humble.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was Swakopmund's new mayor sharing his sentiments, firstly on the elections, as well as his plans to fulfill his new role successfully. When we return from this brief break, we share what residents had to say about their voting experiences.
Professioneel geweest. Soos wel jammer dat ons nou nie vandag en môre in ons area weer ook kan stem nie. Het voelt vir my onregverdig.
I'm a first-time voter and that didn't vote.
Tell us why.
They said I have to vote with a pencil. With a pencil, how do I vote with a pencil? Like seriously, out of the blue. My concerns were, we were the last people to vote and all the people vote with pens, but then they said we have to vote with a pencil. So we decided not to vote.
Very smooth and very quick.
I made sure that I'm coming to Walvis Bay from Windhoek in order to vote.
It was a bit uncomfortable in Walvis Bay, so I went to Arandas. So we vote in Arandas. But unfortunately, the papers, the voting papers, it ran out.
So you had to wait.
So they transfer us to another polling station.
I mean, when they decided to open the polls again, they should have done it everywhere. Because I mean, I know of a lot of people that didn't vote. So,
Yeah, it's a bit difficult.
so I mean, if we really want to be democratic about it, I should give everybody a chance again to vote again.
We don't feel insecure when it comes to police. So people, some people, they wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to join the queue. But at the end of the day, those who are coming like 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 5 o'clock, they just join the queue the way they wanted, but nobody to stop them to do that.
Ik heb 3 jaar gezien, die mensen is vreselijk eager om te vote. En die hele polling stations was vol. Ik heb deel waar ik zeker 5 of 6 omgereden en allemaal was vol. Toen kreeg ik maar voor mij een plek om te staan en ik is eerst 12 uur aan. Als ik eerst uit die polling station uit. So, het was een beetje helse van een vertraging en bij van die plekken het ook die polling papers meer gehad en baie van my werkers wat saam my collega's wat saam my werk het gesê dat hulle nie kon gevote het nie.
No, it was good. It was a bit slow, but it was okay.
The queue was not that much long, but the experience what the police officer were treating us very bad. I don't know. They just giving us attitude. I don't know why.
My opinion and the opinion of most of the people and all the other political parties is this: they must cancel this, rearrange it and have a different voting day. This where they extend it now is also not legal as far as I've heard. So I think they're actually going from bad to worse. They're making a bad situation, they're even worsening it. I don't think this was a very fair election for any Namibian, and this is something which is actually un-Namibian. We all stand together and we need the opportunity to vote and vote fairly.
Well, later this afternoon, we'll be bringing you a panel discussion from here in Swakopmund. We will basically just be wrapping up, election discussions. So do join us for that at around 4 o'clock later on today on NBC1. We also, of course, reiterate that the polling stations will be open until 9 p.m. today. If you have not had an opportunity to vote, don't miss this last chance. But from us here this morning at the Multi-Purpose Center in Mondesa, it's back to you in studio.
Katangana there bringing us an update from Swakopmund, saying that there has been an extension with voting, and today is the last day of voting that is in Namibia. Now, saying that there has been an extension, one of the extensions is right here in the Khomas region, taking place at the TransNamib Hall, and senior reporter Blanche Cordeses is on standby to bring us that update. Blanche, it's over to you. Oh, we do apologize for that. We do understand that the team is not ready. Let's take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back. We do understand that the team is ready to bring us an update from the TransNamib Hall, and that is Blanche Cordeses, senior reporter, standing us on standby. Blanche, good morning, and it's over to you.
3, 2, 1.
Yes, good morning, Dabs. Yeah, this is the TransNamib polling station is the only one that has been granted the extension for during these voting or the extra or additional voting day. But as you can see, this is just to 10 actually, and you can see the queue is building up. Some people have been here since 6 in the morning just to come and cast their votes, and the queue is moving. We have observed that the queue is moving. However, so far people have not, or the eligible voters have not expressed any difficulties yet with regard to the queue. We will still go into the polling station, into the voting booths and so on, and just find out how the process is going for this station. People are still arriving, the eligible voters are still arriving, forming queues, and as you can see here, you have people of all ages. That is now the young the youth, the elderly, and so on, as well as others. So that is what I can tell you for now from here at the polling station at TransNamib. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm okay. So what time did you arrive here?
It's almost by this time, yeah. No.
So you just got here?
Yeah.
Okay, and then how? So from the 28th, that was the main voting day till now. How would you describe the process? How has it been for you?
It was very, very difficult. And especially to our side, it was very difficult for us to get into the queue. It was totally because of the ballot papers. It was not enough at all. So we end up going back home. Later we heard the ballot paper is arrived. So later on, so us we were just there, up and down.
So therefore, the extension of the voting hours does mean something to you.
Yeah, really, it's something to us. Yeah, we are happy now. By this time, we are really happy. So that we are going to cast our vote. So we are really happy.
Yeah.
We appreciate. Yeah.
You appreciate.
Yeah.
All right. That's so great to hear. So thank you so much for talking to us. All right. Then there you have it, colleagues. The voters or the eligible voters are expressing their views, saying that they are happy with the extension and that they will stay put to cast their votes. How are you, ma'am?
Good, how are you, ma'am?
I'm okay. I see that you are about to to go in there to cast your vote. So for what time did you arrive here?
30 minutes ago.
30 minutes ago. Then how did you end up being the first here?
Well, the line is moving quite fast compared to the last time I here.
So from the actual day, that was the 28th, to now, how would you describe the entire election process? How has it been for you?
For today, very effective, I can just say for myself.
All right. Do you share the sentiments, Sam?
Yeah, surely. The first day was quite congested. We stand in long queues, but today, when we came, it looked quite packed, but the queue is moving faster. I don't know what happened today, that everything is running faster, but if it would have been the same on Wednesday, I'm gladly sure a lot of people could have voted. Yes.
Now, I see that you are youngsters. You are young, and it's good. The participation of youth in this year's election process has quite been applauded, even by the international observers and other people from other countries looking at the youth demographic. So, through your votes and through your votes, I know your vote is your way of participating in the affairs of the country. So what do you want to tell the fellow youngsters who haven't made their way to here?
I should say I'm quite amazed by the turn-up of youngsters. It really warms my heart. So a lot of times we sit and moan, we complain, but what do we do about that? And I think casting votes is our time to be part of the change that we want to see. So it's just simply come line up, get up, wear your hat, wear your sunglasses, as I did, and just let's embrace the heat of the day for a purpose.
For a purpose.
Yes.
Okay, so the sun is about to get to the highest of the highest, but I'm gonna let you guys, because I see that the officers are about to signal you guys to head into the polling station. So all the best of luck, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right then, ma'am, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm okay. So for how long have you been here, mommy?
I just came at 8 o'clock.
You came at 8?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So how has this process been for you? I know you haven't been inside the polling station, but from Wednesday up until now, how would you describe the entire election process of the country?
I think today is very going nicely because the people are faster to going. That's why we are so happy.
You are happy?
Yes.
Okay. All right then. Thank you. Thank you so much. How are you, officer? I'm okay. Well, Dabs, there you have it. We have spoken to the eligible voters still queuing. As you can see, that the queue is moving. The polling station is on the other side. And I must also comment, or I must also say, Dabs, that the queue has been quite orderly. We haven't seen any disruptions. The police officers, together with the ECN officials, are in control as to the movement of the queue. Everyone being informed right on time to make their way to the polling station that is on the other side of this TransNamib premises. Back to you, Dabs, as we continue to engage the eligible voters here at the only polling station that has been granted the extension here in the Khomas region.
Blanche, senior reporter Blanche Cordes is there bringing us an update at the only polling station in the Khomas region, that is at the TransNamib Hall. We love to see the long queues. We love to see everybody go out there, specifically the registered voters going out there and practicing their democratic rights. Well, let's take a look at this following insert on the use of social media during elections.
While rallies and door-to-door campaigns still play a crucial role, social media has emerged as a powerful force shaping political discourse. In this new era, platforms like Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, TikTok and Instagram, are not only empowering politicians to reach voters, but also giving young Namibians a voice in the political landscape. Hello Namibia, and welcome to this edition of Namibia Votes 2024 with me, Jessica Kaimu. Now in this edition, we'll explore how social media is transforming political campaigns, enhancing transparency and driving engagement in Namibia's electoral landscape. Namibia's electoral landscape is witnessing a transformative shift as social media assumes an increasingly pivotal role, reflecting global trends. With the upcoming presidential and National Assembly elections, the nation finds itself on the brink of a political evolution where digital platforms are reshaping voter engagement and campaign strategies. Head of the Media Technology Department at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, Dr. Philip Santos, shares insights on this shift.
So social media in Namibia, as with the case with the rest of the world, is a very popular medium of communication for, in particular, young people. In fact, it's more than just a communication platform. It has become a space of sociality. In other words, young people live a significant portion of their life in the digital space. That's where their friends are. That's where they share their experiences. That's where they express themselves to others and to themselves. And so on. That's how important social media is. And in Namibia, it's quite I think a huge space for social interaction.
Digital development strategist and AI expert at Facilitate Namibia, Rupesh Soni, provides further perspective.
So 5 years ago, we didn't have as much impact of social media, even though we had social media out there. But currently, considering that a lot more youth is now eligible to vote, there are a lot more social media users now in the youth voters. And that's something to consider and look at when it comes to being on social media.
Sony explains that social media enhances transparency and keeps voters informed about campaign activities, rallies, and key political issues.
Currently, considering that a lot more youth is now eligible to vote, there are a lot more social media users now in the youth voters. And that's something to consider and look at when it comes to being on social media.
With over 90% of Namibia's population active on platforms such as Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, and TikTok, social media has become the heartbeat of political engagement in the country. Dr. Philip Santos highlights how digital revolution has captivated both young voters and political parties. Dr. Santos notes that social media consumption is exceptionally high among younger demographics, a group political parties consider crucial as they represent the future of the electorate.
If you consider the fact that almost two-thirds of the registered electorate are young people, we are talking about close to or just around 1 million voters are young people, and this is the same demographic that spends much of its time on social media. What it means is that any serious political actor, here we're talking about political parties, politicians themselves, and so on, cannot really articulate their message without considering how their presence on social media is going to work in terms of them reaching the electorate. So it plays a very huge role. Also, there has been a significant shift in the way audiences access and read news. We have a shrinking audience that goes to traditional media directly. Like, for instance, tuning into NBC to watch a news bulletin, buying a copy of the Namibian to read, and so on and so on. What we are seeing is a trend where audiences access news, even from these traditional sources of news, via social media. So someone would go to the NBC's Facebook page, Twitter, and so on to see what is going on. Likewise with any other news media in the public domain.
Electoral Commission of Namibia spokesperson Devet Siluka underscores the importance of social media for the Commission during this critical period.
In the age of information where we are, the use of social media has become one of the significant platforms to share information, sharing information in an instant manner, whereby information is accessed across the country, across the world, being accessed by various sectors of our society, which is an advantage to us as a commission, but also it comes with its own challenges. The commission has subscribed to Facebook, has subscribed to Instagram, it has subscribed to TikTok, as well as X and LinkedIn. We also have a YouTube channel where we post our voter and civic education videos. And they have done tremendous work. If you look at Facebook, we have over 70,000 followers. And at times when we look at our reach, it is in a range of 350-something thousand reach. Which means it's making an impact.
Siluka mentions that while the ECN has utilized social media to disseminate information, there are still challenges in reaching all parts of the country.
Social media has its own dynamics, and such dynamics comes in the form of some misinformation, some just disinformation. Some of them are just deliberate, just to discredit the commission. Some of the comments that you get on our social media, well, we know it's not every comment that will be in favor of us. Some are critics that we have accepted and also worked on to improve on our operations. So social media can be used for good use, it can be used for bad use, but especially in election periods like this, Some people tend to use it for unnecessarily to instigate fear through misinformation and disinformation.
While social media empowers voters, it also introduces challenges, such as the rapid spread of misinformation and disinformation. False information about candidates, policies, and the voting process can mislead voters and disrupt the electoral process.
People must be very careful about what they say, what kind of information they share on social media. What you don't want, no matter how passionate people become about issues. What would be dangerous is to send out messages that inflame hatred, either hatred between people who belong to different political parties, people who belong to different age groups, people who belong to different ethnic groups, religious groups, and so on and so on. Because these can have very devastating consequences if they escalate to dangerous planes, like the plane of violence, for instance. So people must watch out against sending and sharing information that is likely to promote hatred between citizens. It's not worth it.
Dr. Santos explains that political parties and candidates are using social media to engage directly with voters, tailoring their messages to specific demographic groups.
With social media, which create a phenomenon that we call audience fragmentation, it's very difficult to see how a range of political parties are actually using social media to their advantage. But the ones that I can comment on, which I have encountered myself, SWAPO, there is a great deal of activity on social media by SWAPO, and this is happening via SWAPO structures themselves, and also SWAPO supporters who take an active role in sort of spreading the message around their political objectives, economic goals, and so on and so on. The IPC, I've also seen them making very deliberate moves, especially on TikTok, to reach out to the electorate. Then the other PDM, LPM, we see them, but in my own experience, I haven't encountered their content as much as I have that of SWAPO and the IPC. So, but this may not be because they are not doing it. It's just because maybe the algorithm is directing me towards those parties whose clips I may have watched or opened before, which is these are some of the limitations of social media that the algorithms tend to direct you to sources of information which you have shown interest in. Not that there are no other alternative sources, they could be there, and this could be the case also with other political parties, that they might actually be very active on social media. But if you have not opened their content, chances are you won't see what is going on because the algorithms won't direct you to that particular content. But someone who is exposed to it may have actually encountered. I can't imagine any political party not having a social media strategy in this day and age.
For young Namibians, social media is a platform to engage with political issues, participate in discussions, and even influence election outcomes.
Fake information, it goes out very quickly on social media, and one has to understand that everything you see on social media is not necessarily right. It can be fake news, it can be from the point of trying to discredit another political party. So something we need to understand, that social media is not necessarily the right place to get your news, but it's a good place to disseminate information.
Sony warns that misinformation can spread more quickly than the truth, which can be particularly dangerous during an election.
They love knowing what's happening these days via social media. Most of the youth that I've talked to throughout my workshops and engagements, most youth get their news from Instagram or TikTok, which is concerning because that's the guys, these are the people who are going to vote. So for us, we also, as a media company, as a political party, it's important to be on these platforms to let the youth know what they're voting for. And yeah, just make sure that it's the right channels to get through to all the people, all the demographics.
Dr. Santos points out that false narratives and misleading information can sway voters, especially those who may not verify the sources behind the information.
In particular, social media are like a double-edged sword. While it's on the other end, they amplify the communicative space, open up channels for inclusive communication, sort of accommodating all kinds of voices at grassroots level, going upwards. They've also created a big problem around the circulation of fake information, misinformation, which usually happens in innocent ways. And also disinformation, which is deliberate, which is where someone deliberately distorts information for particular ends. And we see this happening on social media, and it's happening in a very big way. And it sort of places a huge burden on audiences. Because what it means now is for every information that audiences encounter on social media, they also have to go an extra mile to verify most of it, to check the credible sources that you have been referring to. So for instance, if you encounter some piece of information about SWAPO, about their PC and so on, rather than take it at face value, you may want to actually confirm those claims or that information with other sources, like for instance the political parties themselves, or if the information involves third parties like the ECN and so on, you may want to go to the ECN also and see whether or not the claims are actually true.
Social media and political communication scholar at the University of Namibia, Dr. Sadrak Shihomeka, also emphasizes the importance of media literacy.
You may say it is popular because we have a notion that is saying that, almost each and every person who is having a mobile phone has got access either to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or maybe TikTok. But to what extent are they really making use of it? How frequent are they really making use of it? There, it depends on those individuals. That's why you can't really say it is popular. It may be popular because, according to the statistics, we have, over 900,000, Namibians who are even on Facebook right now. That's now the 2024, statistic. It says, we have so many people that are using, social media in Namibia. But where it is tricky, it is how frequent are they making or accessing these specific, social media, platforms. But yes, especially the young people, they are really, really, making use of it. Some, they are using it for entertainment. Some, they are using it now for information dissemination. So they are using it, to collect data. And some, they are using it now for civic engagement in various activities.
Dr. Shihomeka stresses that people need to educate themselves on credible sources to avoid falling prey to online deception.
It is, a platform where people educate and re-educate, and they share information with one another. That's where people will be able to tell, this thing is right, this thing is wrong. There is this political party, there is no political party. Or this political party is popular, this political party is not popular. So that's one, as a civic, information center. It is also, used as an advocacy tool, especially by the political parties and other agents that are involved, in the political discourse. So what they are using it for, that's where they are now trying to share posters with strong messages, including their manifestos, to convince, the voters or possible voters that here we are, this is what we can do for you, this is how far we can go in case if we happen to be elected, and all those things. So it can also be used as an advocacy tool.
Social media also influences post-election dynamics, including monitoring the election process, handling election aftermath, and engaging the public in ongoing political discussions. Voter feedback and public sentiment can be gauged through social media interactions.
Political parties to raise awareness, to convince the voters on the possible, deliveries that or output that these, political parties are likely, to bring about once they are elected. Another role that it plays is that, it unifies people. And that unity is very important, especially in politics, that you don't always just need to say, I am a SWAPO, I am a NUDO, I am an RDP. But on social media, we are all one. So you'll be able now to see what RDP is doing, you'll be able to see what SWAPO is doing, you'll be able to see. With that, when you are seeing what others are doing and how they are doing it and with whom are they doing it, what you will do, you can also use what we call now copycat behavior in politics. Then you copy.
As we continue to bring you an update on Namibia's elections, we cross back to Blanche just to give us an update of what's happening at TransNamib Hall.
Yeah, we are still here at the TransNamib polling station. Earlier, we managed to speak to those who were waiting in the queue to head into the polling station to cast their votes. But I must say, Dapewa, I have some voters here with me, women for that matter, who went into the polling station and casted their votes just to tell us. And this is Regina Haufiku, Madam Kuaper.
Yes.
As well as Lahia Alwendo. So thank you so much, ladies, for joining us right here on the spot. So I'm going to start with you, Regina. How was it inside the polling station? I see that. Can I just see your thumb that you did cast your vote? So how was it inside? How was the process?
The process is still good. And the procedure, they still help us nicely. And it is good to be voted for your vote to be counted. I thank you very much.
Was it the same for you, Madam Kuaper?
Yes, it was. Because I'm a citizen, it went smooth. At first, the lady in front, the officer didn't believe me. But first asked for my ID card and I show her, and then everything goes smooth.
And for you, Lahia?
Me also is fine for me, and the help us is quicker and is better to help us. Thank you very much.
Now, as women, I see that you are also young, and just I see that the queue is moving. However, Tapewa, what is so interesting before I speak to my guest here is that the bus from Osona also just came and dropped off the voters or the eligible voters here to join the queue. But I must say, we were inside. We managed to speak to the presiding officer on site, who said that the process is actually fast because of the time that the polling station opened. It opened right on time. They had no difficulties from the onset and so on. So that is actually the secret to the queue moving quite fast here. But ladies, I'm not done with you yet. Just to encourage others who haven't made their way to come to the polling station. This is the only one in the Khomas region that is open for the additional days, additional hours for people to cast their votes. Just a word of encouragement and motivation to fellow eligible voters who haven't made their way here yet.
They must still waiting to be voted, and they tell others to come voted also. People must come in numbers, because it is very important that each and everyone must vote. The other day it was a very bad experience for me, but today it went smooth, like smoothie.
I thought that the young lady is still coming. It's ready to join the queues.
All right, then, just to show your thumb to our viewers, just to encourage them, these are voters who cast their votes, ready to head home and then just enjoy the Saturday. Thank you so much, ladies, for talking to us. Thank you. And the queue is moving. Gentlemen, how are you? I'm okay. So, what time did you join the queue, sir?
I think around what's it now?
I know that you are about to head into the queue. Officer, my apologies. Just engaging the voters in the queue, just for them to share how the queue is moving and the experience as well. As you can see, colleagues from there in the studio, that the officers are in control. There is law and the maintenance of law and order. We haven't spotted any unbecoming behavior among those in the queue right here. So it is moving quite fast. How are you? How are you, colleagues? How are you?
Good, and how are you?
I'm okay. So what time did you come here, ma'am?
Just now.
Just now? And you are already going inside?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you tell those who are still at home?
Oh, I just want to tell them they must come. They must come now.
They must come. They must
this,
make their way.
Yeah, this one is very fast.
It's very fast.
Yeah.
All right then. Thank you so much. Our apologies, officer. As you can see, colleagues, the queue is quite fast there. We just had a voter talking to us, being patient in the queue, stating that she just arrived a while ago already. The queue is moving. She is heading closer to the polling station to cast her vote. I see you guys are so happy being in the queue here. So what time did you arrive?
I would say about 30 minutes ago.
Well, I'm 30 minutes ago. We arrived earlier, but he was in the queue. I went to get him some food. When I came back, he was done. So he's actually going back to the car now.
So it was quite fast today. It didn't really take that long, as opposed to Wednesday especially. Yeah, yesterday we didn't really engage, so today it moves quite fast.
So any word of encouragement to those who haven't made their way to here yet?
I mean, you don't really... It's a civic duty. It's your duty.
Correct.
I mean, it's something you have to do. It's an obligation. Your allegiance is to the state, and whatever official you want to be the leader of the state is on you. So if you don't come, don't complain later on when we put our leader, whoever he is or she is. Yeah.
Do you share the sentiment, sir?
Yeah, 100%. I'm actually quite proud because I saw a lot of young people. Yeah, this is my third time voting. I won't reveal obviously my previous votes, but this one's gonna be quite new. Yeah, but I'm quite happy with how it's going so far. Yeah, so it's quite chilled.
All right then.
Yeah.
Why?
So long as we're not into the sun for too long.
No, okay, then thank you so much for those views, guys.
Right.
Well, you have it, Ntapewa, you can hear that the voters in the queue are saying that whether you want to exercise your right, if you want to exercise or be a full participant in the democratic process, it is your civic duty to head to TransNamib to come and cast your vote, so that you are in a position to hold your leaders accountable after the process has concluded. So back to you guys in the studio as we continue to engage the eligible voters joining the queue, as well as those who have already casted their votes, as well as the ECN officials on site throughout the day. Back to you guys from us here at the TransNamib polling station.
Thank you so much, Blanche. Blanche Corres is there bringing us another update at the only voting or polling station that is right here in the capital city, Windhoek, perhaps in the Khomas region. Well, we now cross over, that is of course to the colleagues who are finding themselves at the Electoral Commission of Namibia Center headquarters, that is the ECN. But for all our viewers who are watching from home, and if you're finding yourself in the Khomas region and if you still did not cast your vote, then the polling station will be closing at exactly 9 o'clock this evening. Well, Ilago, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Ndapewa. We are still here at the Central Election Results Center, where we are awaiting the official announcement of the results by the Electoral Commission of Namibia. But we do know that polling stations are still open, as we just saw that report from Blanche coming to us there from the TransNamib polling station that is open here in the Khomas region. And it is indicating that people are still out there voting. That is also just happening within the other constituencies that have been made available for this extension of the voting process. Now, the recent elections highlighted both the resilience of Namibian voters and the logistical challenges of conducting elections in a single day. Ballot paper shortages and malfunctioning equipment left many questioning whether the current voting system truly serves all citizens effectively. As we reflect on what transpired, how can these lessons guide improvements in future elections to ensure that every Namibian has an equal opportunity to vote? Well, we are here to discuss this matter with a panelist. Now, I begin by announcing that on my far right, I am joined by Professor Kula, that is Tletane, who is the Director of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Affairs. Good morning, Professor. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, ma'am.
Next to Professor is Everett Peters, who is a political science student at UNAM. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning.
All right. And next to me, we are joined by Anna Amomo David, who is the president of the Internet Society of Namibia. Good morning, ma'am, and thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Elawa, and thank you for having me.
All right. I'd like to start with you, Madam Amomo David. What do you make of this election process so far?
Well, Elago, the election process is really cumbersome. It's one of those difficult ones that we've never seen before. It's tricky, even to the citizen. We really don't understand exactly what it is that we are expecting. Is it free? Is it fair? What are the challenges? Why were they not addressed on time? So there's a lot of why questions and who should have been the best person to address them. So as much as ECN tried to be effective and efficient, really, it leaves a lot to be desired from an administrative point of view. Yeah.
Now, what we just saw now in the report of Blanche, who is on the ground at the polling station available in Windhoek during this extension period of voting, is that we are still seeing many, many young people in the queues ready to vote. So as a young person yourself, what do you make of this election process so far?
I think, because everybody says that this is the biggest voters turnout that Namibia has ever seen. So I think this is a historical moment, backlash or not, and there's a lot of things we can learn from it, and there's a lot of things that stem with it. And it just gives us a chance to kind of learn from each other and see that young people are increasingly getting interested in shaping their future. Because politics does shape our future. Politics does decide everything that goes on within not only our households, but everything that goes on around us.
Very well, thank you so much. Now, Professor, we touched base yesterday. That was just after the electoral observation missions released their report. But given that voting day has been extended and the electorate was still taking to the polls yesterday, what were the observations going into today?
Yes, my observation today is despite the extension, we still see long queues. But there are many things that can contribute to the long queues. It could be once you know that there is an opportunity in the second day, many people can still relax and say we still have another day. So which is also a danger of extending the elections for this long, because you would find out in certain voting stations yesterday there was a less turnout, and today there's going to be more turnout when people realize it is the last. You know, we always like the last minute activity. So you'll find out that even today, beyond 9 o'clock, there will still be people voting.
But the contributing factor to that perhaps could also be attributed to that yesterday was a normal working day perhaps, and not many had the opportunity to go out and vote.
That is a factor. It is so true because remember was it the 27th was a public holiday. Yes. Now it was extended to the next 2 days. It is not a public holiday. Employers will not understand that. I have lost money already on the 27th I gave you off. And there is no way I'm going to compromise on the 28th and the 29th for you to go and cast your vote. So I fully agree with you.
Yes. Even if I explained that I was in the queue, but I didn't get the opportunity to vote, so please just allow me today.
No, I will tell you, still have after 5 o'clock, when you knock off, you can still go.
Yes.
It's between there and 9 o'clock.
Yes, and then you think maybe Saturday would be better.
Yes.
When I'm off. All right. Ms. Amomo, when we look at the role of the Internet Society of Namibia and your perception on the role that the internet plays in this process, how has it been? What role did the internet play in the election process of 2024?
Ilago, on the day of elections, Namibians were on the internet for an extensive amount of time. They were updating. They felt that they needed to have their recognition that they're actually exercising their democratic right. And the internet, we were also praised, in fact, by the rest of the continent to say that Namibia is at a point of elections and they do not have internet shutdowns, as is the norm throughout the rest of the continent and the world during these processes. So our internet, and as well as its stakeholders, really to be commended for their resilience and ability to keep our internet space democratic, to keep it free and fair, to keep it lively. Of course, we do have instances of misinformation and disinformation. However, these are mitigated by fact checkers and also ensured by the ability of the citizen to know exactly what their rights are in the digital space. And it has allowed so much information to be shared to the extent where political parties have also gained momentum, probably not from the start within their campaign, but they're using the platform to inform their franchisees, and at the same time they're using the NBC and the ECN are using the same platform to keep the citizens abreast on what the situation is. You have gone digital as well, and that makes everything so comfortable to be in, because if I am not at home, I can still have my mobile device or my personal computer wherever it is that I'm going, and I'm connected and I am updated. And you know, it's really, really encouraging, not only to Namibia, but to the rest of the continent as well, and the world. I think we set an example for many. Yes.
All right. Would you say that the internet played a role in the ECN having come to the decision of extending voting?
Well, I really can't confirm on that, because when they decided to have an extension, it could have been because their hands were pushed, of course, and at the same time, the information was not promptly given out. You know, as a citizen, you'd really want to be informed well ahead of time whether certain processes were going to happen and what the next strategy is. The ECN does have a digital platform active, but it's not as informative as the NBC is. I think they should have had a designated team. If they do already, I don't really know, but they should have had a designated team set aside for communication purposes to the electorates, just to make sure that all is in place. They do not have to suffer disinformation. And I believe that in a society where we have so much engagement, particularly at this time, they could have partnered with other stakeholders in the space. Fact checkers, for an example, they could have partnered with ECN to say that, listen, let's combat so much information. Let's combat, because this is a time of gazetted bills being changed on a whim. And if policy information is not given out timely and correctly, it really does affect the way the internet gets viewed as a space, as well as the media generally.
Thank you. We will get to the media a little later on, but I just want to bring you in here, Everest. You are a political science student. So what do you make of the political landscape currently during this election period?
I don't know if this is radical to say, but I've said it before. I believe that we as a Namibia and we as a people are very not even disillusioned, we are veiled with ignorance when it comes to election and when it comes to the process of election and thereafter and the impact that one single vote has. And I think I wouldn't want to blame government, stakeholders, enterprises, or even ECN for the failure of proper and radical civic education within the fabric of Namibia. So the way I see the political landscape is a group of people vote because it's inherent, because they've been peer pressured to by media, and another group of people that want to radicalize politics, want to see politics for what it is, because politics is a dirty game. So see what politics is and want to educate, but then you're speaking to a brick wall. So Namibia, I feel like Namibia has so much potential to be a country that radicalizes civic education, and it's something that I believe in future would be looked into. But right now, I see us as ignorant. I see, and I'm including myself, I see us ignorant to to politics itself.
Yeah. Is it really an aspect of ignorance to politics given the number of young people showing up right now?
Ignorance can be stimulated in the sense that I can do something, but I don't know why I'm doing it. So in the sense that a lot of young people are voting, and I love it and it's beautiful. However, why are they voting? Do they know the impact of their vote? Some will say yes, but some of them are inherent and know that they're coming from a background where they have to vote for a specific political party, and it's like that. So civic education, looking at the numbers even, is very important within the fabric of Namibia right now, especially.
Professor, I just want to continue on that point of civic education, specifically from the perspective of media. We touched on this yesterday, and what was highlighted through our discussion was that perhaps there was a little bit of lack of skill in certain media personnel and how they were reporting on elections. But would you say that from your observations during this period that civic education was carried out through the media?
If you say through the media, I've seen it a lot on TV though. But maybe it was not enough. It could have been done better. You also have a social media space that could have been utilized to convey the message through those platforms. But in terms of especially the NBC, I've seen them trying a lot in educating. They must be applauded for that, for trying to educate the society about these elections and many other issues. And I want to come back to the questions that you asked earlier on as to whether the decision, whether media played a role in the decision made by the I think it played a very important role because it is through the media, through social media and many other platforms that everybody became aware of the gravity of the situation on the ground. On the basis of that, and then the ECN realized that there is a crisis. If there was no media, I don't think ECN would have been able to take that informed decision. Through ECN, on your various polling stations, showing long queues, shortage of ballot papers, it carried the message forward. And the frustration, they could even see the frustration of the Namibian population. It played a very huge role.
All right.
Yes.
Professor, your team has also been here observing the preparedness of the elections. Was there an observation made to the media and how they were covering campaigns?
Yes, it was. From the team, they felt that media was fair in covering the campaigns and political parties. However, through our engagement with stakeholders, particularly the political parties, they felt that especially the NBC was leaning more towards the ruling party. Right. But from our observers, they felt that, especially the social media, they felt that it covered everybody equally without any favor.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. No, I'm really glad that the observers, through their observations, felt that the media coverage was free and fair, because the NBC did indeed, in fact, provide equal airtime to all political parties. But it is I guess the perception and the experience perhaps might have not felt like that to the political parties. But the fact remains that the NBC provided equal airtime. All right. Now, when we talk about the role that the internet plays, Ms. Amomo, do you think that online platforms during this period were used responsibly by all stakeholders?
Ilago, online platforms are there for everyone, and that's part of our mandate to ensure that the internet is for everyone. As for whether it was used fairly, that leaves responsibly. I could say that we haven't actually seen, I can't confirm on the cases of the amount of misinformation and disinformation out there, and or deliberate facts that are misleading. We do know of a few, and there are organizations that are constantly on the lookout for better or correct and up-to-date information. And with the Namibian citizen, the ordinary voter, they've also taken up a step to responsibly inform what their current situation is. So that for me was very responsible, because it then also pushed the ECN, to get to a point of action, and also other stakeholders to be able to know how they can chime in when it became necessary. As for whether, because with responsibility also comes the duty of it. So with having the responsibility to inform doesn't necessarily mean that I also have the duty to inform, because sometimes the way you put the message across, it's either inappropriate or just not the message that is required at that time. So yes, the internet was used responsibly to an extent. Of course, we do have here and there a slight amount of misconduct, but it's not that it overshadows the good.
Everest, what are your sentiments towards that? Do you believe the internet was used responsibly during this period?
I think to a certain extent by educated and like-minded, I would say, stakeholders. But rather, I would say that the internet was used to kind of garner votes in the press, because we know that media is used not only for propaganda, but to push for a beautiful picture, a beautiful light, to kind of garner these votes. That's coming from the political parties and individuals that then run for these political parties. However, from stakeholders, I saw I would call it a peer pressure to get the voters card. However, the aftermath, the backup of civic education was not talked about. After I get this voters card, then what? So most of us did get our voters cards because social media persuaded us to, I would also say that, persuaded us to. However, there was not any radical and I would say consistent platform where we could go and learn about even the processes of an electoral system and the aftermath or the effects thereafter.
Let's talk about some of the challenges that were experienced during this voting period, especially voting day on the 27th, which was Wednesday. The public went out and complained and aired their frustrations on the internet. And we have just learned through the views and opinions here on the panel that that could have also contributed to the Electoral Commission deciding on extending or requesting for an extension, which was granted. So were these complaints, when they were aired on social media, was that process done responsibly?
The simple fact that it was responded to on a timely manner already shows that it was done effectively. We cannot talk about whether or not something was done properly when the result has been achieved. So I would say yes, to an extent. However, there's been propaganda that came thereafter that certain political parties would want to extend the votes because of so-and-so reason. So this just fuels some type of domestic tension between party supporters. However, the simple fact that it was responded to already shows the listening ear of ECN.
Very well. Professor, the internet may have been a successful tool to use for the electorate, but isn't so much the right tool to use for other stakeholders like political parties who may be aggrieved. What would the right channels be for them?
Look, okay, firstly, if you look at the internet these days, gone are those days where we will fill up stadiums and campaign, and most elections are concluded on social media. And I've seen that in many countries where I observed that we say you find a country like there's no elections, and then you ask people that we are done campaigning on social media. But I agree with you. If ECN or any electoral management body doesn't have a system where political parties can air their grievances, it becomes a challenge. And unfortunately, internet is the only platform where they can air their frustration. And I agree with you, you can only air those frustrations responsibly. You have to be responsible. But it is the only platform, because there are other mechanisms that they can use. They are there, but they are lengthy, like going to court. By the time you get a hearing in court, the elections are done, because you want to air your frustration now. Going to court is going to take too long. So internet is the only way.
Thank you so much. Ms. Amomo David, when we're speaking about the internet again, how can the internet-based tools improve voter education during this period?
Thank you for asking that, Elawo, because so many questions have been received on how the internet improves voter education. In itself, voter education is not a single person's duty. So we've seen civil society organizations come up with clips and snippets of what voter education is. And we've also seen that the Electoral Commission, at the end of the day, did chime in with encouraging people to register. The NBC played a role. So the importance of that actually goes to show that, yes, it's not a one-man show. It's all of our responsibility to do voter education. And how the internet helps with that is in cases of being able to disseminate it faster in a way that is relatable, not only to the young but to the old as well, because everybody's on social media. And the same content that is on social media could then be used on other mainstream media platforms as well. Now, the importance of media generally is what politics thrives on. The reason why I say this is because if I have to set up a political party, for instance, and I do not have a social media presence, and I do not have a radio interview, for instance, nobody will know me and nobody will vote for me. Yeah. So these aspects of using social media adjacent to mainstream media actually bloomed and blossomed the beauty of Namibian politics as we have it today. There are many parties that were offered free airtime. I mean, all the political parties were offered free airtime, but equal free. Yes. And the same content we could have retrieved and shared it amongst the populace digitally as well. So it doesn't have to be on social media platforms. It could have been on YouTube or any other media houses, channels as well, that you would then have to extend a feed to. So there's no way you can actually thrive without social media or mainstream media, and that's the way the game works. Yeah.
Professor, I see you agreeing. Yeah. All right. Now, would you say that through your observation leading up to these elections, Professor, that the electorate were educated enough, there was enough campaigns to prepare them for the election process? Did the electorate go into this election process, voting process, knowing exactly what they're doing and what the outcomes would be and how the processes work? Are those your observations?
I think they have sort of an idea. For me, the main thing is not really about them. It's about those guiding them through the process. So if you have those guiding them through the process, knowing exactly what to do, you will not be having any problem. You ask about voter education. You cannot start voter education just a month or 2 months before the elections. I would rather say take it back to schools. You know that we have elections next year, and this cohort, by the time they reach next year, they will be eligible to vote. You start there, I don't know the grades, how you use, whether it's grade 12, but the last grades. We have elections in December this year. From January, we give them material, we teach them. Even 1 period a week at school, we send somebody to teach them about giving them a voter education. I think that is very important. Go to churches, and I agree with her. It's not only the responsibility of ECN, it's the responsibility of everyone. Every Namibian citizen must take responsibility for that, not only ECN. Yeah.
You agree to that? You are actually a student right now. Yeah.
The biggest thing for me is that even as a political science student, there's some type of I don't like using the word ignorance. I would rather say there's some type of lack of information, lack of information that comes with the electoral process, because you might know the outcomes because we are taught the theory of it, we are taught the impact of it. However, the day itself and the process that comes with it, the stream that comes with it too, is not necessarily communicated well to us. So would I say that we were prepared? No. Even as a political science student, I wasn't prepared for these elections. But again, these elections have made a historical stance within Namibia, so I wouldn't really blame it on any external factors, because as a professor said, that it is an initiative that I should have also taken upon myself to look into channels that, or maybe look into platforms that I haven't tapped into yet. So right now I'll blame myself because I'm on media, but for six, I would think every person or every stakeholder should have been involved in educating us.
All right. Bilavo, if I may, look, it is everybody's responsibility, and maybe because a lot of us tend to think that ECN is the custodian of voter education, we also should be able to understand that as Namibians, there's bills put together for us to be able to proactively have information disclosed to us. So this also allows us to expand our stakeholder network. The reason why I mention this is because next year we have a different type of election that is going to happen, and local authorities and regional council. And I feel it is also the mandate of them as a government to tap into the resource or into the platform of voter education. A simple example is because at the end of the day, when we look at the current process against the future process, you'd want to say that City of Windhoek could have came in as a stakeholder to do voter education, as well as avail their resources for the presidential elections, so that they can have a better in output or as well as input come the local authority elections. And then this would also allow them to then have the necessary votes that would encourage a more effective and efficient local authority. I think it's a matter of really expanding within the community, within your stakeholder network, because when ECN looks at their stakeholders, they probably only see the political parties, the CSOs, and the voters. But there's so many other people within this ecosystem that would rely on them, and they would rely on it.
Yeah. Professor, when we look at your observation of how these voting processes went, comparing rural areas to urban areas, was there fairness and equality in the voting processes here?
I think there was. Although we did not visit many rural areas, so what I found in rural areas, you will always find in the shortage of ballot papers the same number of staff in the polling station. I think it was really fair. The only unfairness of it is the fact that you had quite a lot of people, those who could afford cars, to drive and go and flood their polling stations, and they end up having a shortage of ballot papers. Yes.
There has been a lot of consensus around Namibia being treated as one constituency during the National Assembly and presidential elections, which is not the same during the regional council and local authority elections. What is your view on that?
I actually loved the idea that we were treated as one constituency. The only thing is the logistical aspects were really neglected. They could have done better. They should have done better, because at the end of the day, I feel like within the constituents, you'd want the lesser or the rural areas to be at par with the urban areas. And how you would do this is make sure that you dispatch to the rural areas first. And being proactive at that, I would prefer had they done it to make sure that the voting material is there at minimum 48 hours prior. This would then increase their effectiveness in terms of their mandate, and at the same time it would then instill confidence in their work. So they really failed us, I think, because as much as this constituency was looking forward to being part of the process, they didn't get their material on time. It led to delays. It led to disenfranchisement as well, because at the end of the day, if I don't get to vote, it makes me feel like my human rights were not upheld. So these are some of the things that should have been looked at prior to actually having the elections done the process that they went through, logistics and the compromise of the material, really. Yeah.
Everest, what would you say could have been done to better manage the challenges that came afore during voting day one, especially the long queues and the shortage of ballot papers?
I think I just want to also piggyback off of my colleague. The use of a command center beyond the polling station itself, nearby these constituencies, to kind of dispatch closely to these polling stations when there is a shortage of ballot papers, could have been one response, or could have been a thing we thought of. Secondly, would have been officers that make sure that lines are coordinated. As a first-time voter, colleagues, I stood in that line and I do not know how many people were behind me and how many people were in front of me. So it was so chaotic and so congested that I feel like there needed to be some type of order to kind of coordinate the entrance and exit of young people. So those are the two things that I think would have been coordinated properly. However, there are other mechanisms that could have been discussed too.
How long did you have to wait before you cast your vote?
I started at 7 and I only voted 7 in the morning, and I only voted at 10 at night.
Okay, in the evening.
In the evening. So that was a hefty wait. And I say this because it is not even a disingenuous, but it's a disrespect sorts to let a person wait for that long. And some people have waited even longer than me. So that to me is an injustice to the Namibian people. It's a take away from the respect they have for the electoral process. So thereafter, I think the mission of ECN should be to restore the passion of the electoral system or the election day itself, because hope is lost. A lot of young people have lost hope to stand and vote in the polls. And I know you might ask, why are people still on there today? It's the sense of, I want to say, willfulness that we as Namibians have in making a change. So I think, therefore, that is a very important thing, a very important cornerstone we have. However, building off of that should be to restore the confidence we have in the elections.
You do say hope is lost, but other young people and many other demographics still stood in the lines, remained resilient, and these were the observations of the missions, right, as well, that Namibians, regardless of the challenges that were posed to them, still remained resilient, and many of them managed to cast their vote on Wednesday. So what influenced you to continue standing in the line to ensure that you still voted many hours later that only happened to be 10 o'clock in the evening?
I think that comes with a willfulness to impact something beyond and outside of me. Me casting that one vote is outside of me, outside of my interest even, because it affects not only me, it affects my mother, it affects my siblings, it affects my neighbors, and it affects the whole Namibian society. So that resilience to make a change and ensure that Namibia is heading towards a vision that I see, towards a vision that we collectively want to see. So I think that's one thing that young people, we as young people have, is the resilience to want to change something, because we are so filled with generational, I don't want to say generational trauma, but generational hurt when it comes to the political landscape of Namibia. However, the willfulness of young people to want to change that, to me, is the most beautiful thing, or the biggest outcome of our 2024 elections.
All right. Now, I really, as we are about to conclude our conversation, perhaps want to look at, the way forward. Professor, the EOMs have made recommendations to ECN to better improve elections in the future, of course, and we have touched on this, but there is also an understanding that these recommendations, some think, are an instruction. Help us understand what these recommendations are and what the process will be to follow up on whether they will be adhered to or not.
But remember, from the observer missions, the recommendations are not binding. It's a recommendation that you recommend to a country, you recommend to ECN to look at certain things to better the process in the future. So at the end of the day, what we do as SADC, there are three processes. One, it is a pre-election mission. So we will come here before the elections to interact with various stakeholders, political parties, government, to determine the country's readiness to hold the elections. And then the team will go back, then we will deploy what we are here today, the SIOM, to observe the elections. We'll go back, submit a report, and then after some time there will be a post-election mission where they are coming to review and look at how far have you been. But there is no timeline. We just want the stakeholders to come and tell us how far is the country in implementing some of the recommendations. But at the end of the day, they are not binding. It's up to the country. Every country is a sovereign state. So it's up to that country whether they want to improve or they do not want to improve. If they do it, it's fine. If they don't do it, nothing is going to happen to those countries, unfortunately.
All in all, what better can be done?
What better can be done is for everyone, every Namibian citizens, all political parties understand one thing. They all want a better Namibia. And for you to get a better Namibia is to work together and stop standing on the side of the road and throwing stones. Yes, we might say ECN erred on certain areas. How do we as political parties come together to help ECN our own? It's our own. ECN belongs to all of you. It's not only belonging to government. It belongs to the very same political party that if it wins elections tomorrow, it will have to be responsible for ECN. So how best can we come together to build a better Namibia and a better ECN?
Yeah. Ma'am, could the introduction of more technological voting methods perhaps assist better in the future?
I think, Elago, it will. I believe it will. I was watching last night where a gentleman from South Africa made a recommendation on technology as well, and the commissioner actually said that we should let Namibia grow at its own pace, or move at its own pace. But it's not just to allow Namibia to move to its own at its own pace. It's a matter of allowing and taking the risk of how technology actually can have that positive outlook and impact on elections, whether it's investing in drones, investing in better communication strategies. I love the fact that there's a setup now, booths and stuff for media and for whoever would really want to be broadcasting here, from here, to be able to disseminate information timely and speedily and up to date, you know. But then we need to be able to understand that it's not just the information, it's a matter of organizing the logistics better, the technical, technological inputs to do that. There's a matter of allowing to consult, and there's also just having to implement strategies that move with industrialization. We're talking about 4IR, we're talking about 5 and 6G, we're talking about getting where Namibia needs to be. If we can invest in technology, why not? If it relieves the burden, why not? At the end of the day, we're looking at what works best for us and in a cost-effective manner, and that allows us to be able to live up to our mandates, basically. Yeah.
Before I move on to Everest, I also just want to bring up the aspect of misinformation and disinformation that occurs on the internet. What is ISOC doing to help curb this during the election period? Because these could be very dangerous.
Well, ISOC is a member of the Action Coalition, where we also do take up, which IPPR is a member too, and they have the fact-check portal. So I would recommend that we make use of it. We do the due diligence when spreading and sharing information, and then at the end of the day, if you're not sure about something, if it's too good to be true, it usually is, and take the necessary steps just to not put yourself in a position that you compromise yourself and others with regards to the information that you share. So that's one of the aspects we really do advocate for. Our mandate being to ensure that the internet is for everyone, that the internet is strengthened, that the internet grows, is also coupled with safety, it's coupled with advocacy, and it's coupled with ensuring its affordability in its various cases. So whether it's affordability for the area, affordability and access in terms of being able to not be cut off during this space, this is actually what we do, and we really, really do encourage everybody to just stay safe online and do not do unnecessary mistakes. If you're not sure, ask. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Everett, what would you recommend should be done better to ensure that elections happen in a more seamless manner in Namibia?
I think we should move away from or divorce completely from the notion of binary thinking. I believe that, and I don't know if this will come up about the multi-day versus one-day voting system that Namibia is kind of battling with right now. I believe that for a political ecosystem to thrive, different and very diverse elements need to coexist within this within this environment. So I think looking into prospects of other voting styles. So I would recommend, or I would think of things like a early voting system where before the day of voting itself, the public holiday itself, we have other days, and America does it well, where people can vote and stations are available to vote at your convenience. So after school, after work, you go out there and you vote, you cast your vote because you are free. And then on the day itself, then it's a free 1 day off of every economic activity that day. A second thing I could think of is maybe a mail-in system. America also does that, where you request the mail to come to your house, and then therefore you cast your vote, pick it up, and go back. And the plausibility of these things being efficient in Namibia can be things that we debate on, but the simple conversation, or the fact that we have this, or we should have these conversations, are the reason why political societies or our political landscape thrives, is having robust conversations such as these. So these are the few things I would look into, and that would obviously cause bring forth a more seamless transition into our next election.
Right. Your final thoughts, Professor?
Yes, ma'am, I think in future what ECN needs to do, it needs to prepare itself. And for you to prepare yourself, they can have various scenarios. You can really play different scenarios. Educating your staff when they go and work in the polling stations, engage the stakeholders. I think that is very important. And I think just going back to your issue that you're asking about the technology, what we must also understand, there are those in rural areas. I'm not sure about Namibia. There are other countries in rural areas where there's not even electricity. You can barely get 3G of internet. So what about those people? So in order for us to move towards that direction, making sure that we don't leave anyone behind, we first need to invest in our infrastructure. And then once we have the infrastructure, then we can also introduce the technology. But my final thought, like I said yesterday, to all the Namibians, I wish them luck. And once again, this is their country. They must be proud of their country. They must guard the democracy of their country. And I said yesterday, and I'm going to say it again today, Namibia is all they have. They have nothing else. Everywhere else where they want to go, if there is civil war, they will be second-class citizens. So they must look after their country. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, lady, for being part of this very important discussion.
Thank you.
All right. Well, the 2024 elections were a learning experience underscoring the need for adaptability and innovation in Namibia's electoral process. Now, by addressing these challenges, Namibia can build a stronger, more inclusive democracy that ensures every citizen's voice is heard. We are now linking to Ndishishi Hamfungu, who is in Katima Mulilo, to tell us how matters are going in the Zambezi region. It's over to you.
That's right. A very good morning to you, Elago. A very good morning to our viewers, wherever you're finding yourself across the beautiful land of the brave Namibia, as we call it. It's day 4 of the presidential and National Assembly elections. As you can see behind me, of course, officials are very busy, hard at work, tallying, verifying the votes from the Katima Mulilo urban constituency. We are here in this constituency at the Zambezi Regional Council Legislative Hall, which is the collation center. Of course, since yesterday we saw those boxes trickling in. They are in the final stages of concluding the verification process here in the Zambezi region. And I can confidently say that the Zambezi region will conclude the verification process of the votes from both the presidential and National Assembly election. We just spoke to, that is the the returning officer, pardon me, Ms. Carolina Diaz, a while ago. She said things are going according to plan. She is confident that they will conclude all of the processes today and of course upload all of the results to the central results server, where they will of course be displayed where you are at, that is the central results center. Of course, the ECN has been very hard at work here in the Zambezi region. As of Wednesday, they too experienced some of those challenges experienced nationally. Issues of ballot paper, infrastructure regarding IT was also a challenge, machines heating up, etc. But they were quick to respond to these measures. That's why you'll see that none of the constituencies, none of the polling stations from the Zambezi region form part of those listed on the extended polls from the 4 regions. And the Zambezi region is poised to finish its process. That's today. 8 constituencies in total here from the Zambezi region. Of course, it has been quite the hive of activity here across the region in Judea, Lea Boloma, in Kabe North, Kabe South, Katima Mulilo Rural, Katima Mulilo Urban, where we're finding ourselves, Kongola, Linyati, as well as Sibinda. Of course, the officials are here. They are verifying those results and have described the process as fairly smooth. There were quite a few hiccups as well with the uploading of these results to the server due to, of course, the ballot paper issue. That issue has, of course, brought about another issue in itself, seeing as many of the polling stations borrowed ballot papers from other polling stations. Some of them have the books, the ballot books, and of course that has created a bit of an issue within itself. But the IT guys have been hard at work resolving that matter, and they are confident that they will conclude. It is the verification process for the Katima Mulilo urban constituency. The other constituencies are also well on track. The other 7 constituencies saying they have completed either the presidential or National Assembly election, and now of course expected to conclude today as well. And we're looking forward to providing you further updates as that progresses. I'll be sitting down with one of the observers in a bit, and of course catching up with just how the overall election process went here in the Zambezi region, specifically in the Katima Mulilo urban constituency. It has been quite a busy couple of days, but I can tell you that the Zambezi region will conclude this presidential and National Assembly election. That's today, still Saturday, the 30th of September 2024, which is also the last day for, of course, this extended voting in the other parts of the country. Now we take a quick look at some of the sights and sounds here from the Zambezi region before we jump into that interview. Thank you so much for staying with us. Of course, scenes there coming to you from the Zambezi region. We're here at the Zambezi Regional Council's Legislative Hall, where the collation and verification is underway of those results from 19 polling stations fixed, and of course 4 mobile teams were on the move around the Katima Mulilo urban constituency. Across the region, we had a total of 221 polling stations with 141 teams comprising of 1,003 polling officials. The region had deployed 271 vehicles across the region with 2 helicopters to, of course, reach those hard-to-reach areas such as Impalila Island, etc. We're now joined by people here from the region to help us understand just how these elections unfolded, namely an observer and an analyst. They go by the names of Mushavati Matongo. She's an observer. She was an observer for these elections, as well as Mr. Sichimwa Mutumba. He's a lecturer here at the University of Namibia's campus in Katima Mulilo, but of course joins us as an analyst to help us unpack some of the developments that took place here in the Zambezi region. Ladies and gentlemen, very good day to you. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good day.
How are we doing today?
We are doing very well.
We're doing well, thank you. Fantastic. Voting in the Zambezi region went relatively well compared to the rest of the nation. Of course, we saw those major hiccups. We saw the events that followed thereafter, the extension of the voting period, etc. Just take us through your thoughts first and foremost about how the election process unfolded here in the Zambezi region.
Actually, for me, I feel the elections were somehow free and fair. They were smooth. There were hiccups here and there, which I feel one of the hiccups, which was a shortage of ballot papers at some polling stations, was a result of people migrating from their initial constituencies where they are actually registered, looking for shorter queues because they didn't want to stay in long queues for quite a long time. So at the end of the day, other constituencies like Kabe North, which are actually smaller constituencies compared to Katima Eben, were flocked by people that are coming from Katima Eben. In the end, they ran short of ballot papers. So at the end of the day, there were delays and all those kind of things. So I feel in future, they should put in mechanisms like if you are registered in a certain constituency, because I believe ECN counts the ballot papers as per the people that are registered within that constituency. So we faced that challenge because of people that were flocking from one constituency to the other. So perhaps there should be a restriction to say if you are registered in Katima Eben, for instance, stay and vote there to avoid the drama that actually surfaced during the...
Exactly, but obviously there were good intentions behind that, with the ECN allowing everybody to, of course, on the local and regional level, you would vote within your constituency. But of course the ECN felt that, you would have more voter turnout if people are allowed to vote wherever they want to. But what do you make of the response here in the Zambezi region as far as addressing those ballot paper shortages? I think it went fairly well compared to other parts of the country.
It actually went fairly well. So if they were doing that to accommodate other people, so that at the end of the day, these people cannot be discouraged to vote. So they can put in a mechanism in future to say they give each polling station extra ballot papers, sufficient enough not to cause some delays or to avoid these circumstances that they faced.
Very much indeed. Mr. Mutumba, what are your observations of the electoral process here?
All right. For me, I would say from a general perspective, taking into consideration the fact that the intention was to carry out voting for one day, as from 7 up to 21 hours. The fact that by end of the voting day, personally I'm not aware of reports that would point out to some significant problems. No wonder we are not part of the constituencies or that have been accorded an opportunity to continue voting. So from that perspective, I would conclude that despite the minor hiccups as pointed out by my fellow panelists here, that overall I would say this side we did quite well.
What does it say about the preparedness of the region here?
Again, in terms of the preparedness, taking into account factors such as accommodation of people regardless of where they were registered to vote, and taking into account the conclusive impression that despite that movement, despite reports that there were cases where some ballot papers had to be moved from one police station to the other, end of the day, we managed as a region to accomplish the mission. So on that ground, I would say from the perspective of this region that I should think we did quite well.
Do you feel like those challenges may have in any way affected the credibility of the elections here in the Zambezi region, or would you say that the elections are credible here in the Zambezi region, looking at the resolve and of course the speedily resolve of those challenges here?
For me, as long as so far up until this time when we are being interviewed here, I'm not aware of significant reports or complaints as to conduct that would point out in the direction of malfunction to an extent of vitiating the purpose of voting, especially in terms of democratic elections. I would say, yeah, it's not, there isn't really something to point at that would really necessitate potential, legal action, in terms of credibility. Yeah.
So you, of course, served as an observer as well during these elections. Talk to us about what you've picked up. Yes, the ECN had the same challenges as the rest of the nation, but you're quick to resolve those challenges. But what else did you pick up from these elections here?
What I picked up from these elections is the transparency. As we are all aware that all party agents were represented and the counting process was transparent. The counting where you can see that there won't be any cheating. We were all satisfied at the end of the day because we were all there and we were given a chance. Later on, reconciled and again asked, are you sure? So everybody left the premises being satisfied. So all the party agents that were present never complained. Like at the polling station where I was, everything went quite okay. It's just that we heard they were missing ballot papers or something from other people. But for me, when I observed, before the official results are announced at a certain polling station, they would upload it on the system. So there's no ways that one would say this has went missing deliberately while you have already uploaded. They were actually uploaded to the auditor, then later for verification. So even if you miss it out, they still were back up on the system. So for me, it went quite well.
There was an issue, however, and I met you on Wednesday. There was an issue where we saw campaign material still at polling stations within, of course, the radius. The Electoral Act states clearly that no campaign material should be within a 100-meter radius of a polling station. You did come across such incidents. Talk to us about that and how you dealt with that here.
I personally did come across that scenario. I approached one of the ECN officials at the market. I was with a certain team. Actually, apart from being an observer, I'm an activist. I believe in fairness. So I approached one of the ECN officials who then referred me to their RO, who I called and informed that we are seeing election campaign materials that are actually not supposed to be there at that time. So we requested them to remove them. So I took an initiative specifically for the party that I represent because I didn't want chaos. I didn't want my party to be pointed out to say they have failed and all that. As you saw, we were taking out those posters to avoid stories to say they are whatever. But some of the political parties actually failed to. Even if we were actually given 20 minutes to say if you are not removing the materials, you will be given a fine. but some of the political parties actually ignored, of which for now, as it stands, we don't know whether the fines were issued or not. We are yet to follow on this because we don't want same scenarios to repeat in the coming elections. You know, next year we are voting again, so we want to avoid. So a message should be sent loud to say if rules are put in place, regardless of who you are, they are supposed to be followed. Absolutely. So we want to avoid such scenarios. That's why you found us on those bakkies, taking them out.
Yeah. Very active, you saw in the hot, scorching sun. Mr. Mutumba, of course, on Wednesday evening, we saw a proclamation by President Bumba, of course, allowing for the extension of voting in 4 regions where many of the voters could not cast their votes. This decision, of course, came under a bit of scrutiny from the public, from political parties, from legal corners. What do you make of this extension first and foremost and the legality of it here?
My view with regard to that situation is that first and foremost, we have a right that really needed some form of safeguard in this regard, and that is the right to vote. In terms of the current situation and the time we find ourselves, that right, in my view, becomes a priority. So that there was a move to allow the continuation, first of all, should be understood from the fact that the situation that led to the question you are asking me now has very little, if not nothing, to do with the voters. Voters were ready. According to reports, some voters turned up as early as 3-4 hours before. Yeah. And the problem that manifested relates to, I wouldn't want to point a finger at someone, but okay, it relates outside voters. So it's just fair that the decision such as the one that was taken to try and make sure that people exercise their right to vote. I would additionally want to argue that the situation that prevailed creates an impression of an emergency. And emergencies are provided for by law. I would want to believe, in terms of personal viewpoint, that the decision would not have been arrived at if it were not for the fact that there is a sense of lawfulness informing the decision. That just like any other emergency, this was an emergency, and it necessitates, in terms of the Constitution, a situation where the President would intervene, recommendations are made to the President by the experts to try and remedy the situation so as to safeguard the right to vote. So the fact that it is constitutionally provided for, I would attempt precision, possibly underline that in terms of Article 24 and Article 26, which provide for derogation and intervention in case of emergency, respectively. So on that ground, and besides, we had reports that at the time of the end of the election process, as per intention, the people that are affected were already within the premises where they were expected to cast their votes. And the legality would have them secured, because if you look at the relevant provision of the Electoral Act, I wouldn't want to be very precise. There is provision to cater for members of the public that would be available to vote in the event that come 21 hours, these people are still there and for some reason haven't yet casted the vote. So I would want to argue that even legally, that there is essentially nothing wrong with it. That's just my viewpoint.
There are sentiments, though, that this provision should have been extended to the rest of the country as well. You know, not everybody has voted, I'm sure. Even here in the Zambezi region, even though it hasn't been affected by this decision, not everybody has had the chance to cast their votes. What do you have to say around that? Should this provision have been extended to the entire country?
My view with regards to that is that under normal circumstances, that should have been the case. But whenever there is a situation is treated on a case-by-case basis. So the circumstances related to the places where voting was allowed to continue are not the same as the circumstances of the other areas where voting was not allowed to continue. So that in itself, to me, justifies the current situation. Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on this extension? Your thoughts on this extension, yes?
Yeah, I think the extension was actually...
Please go ahead, yes.
I think the extension was actually a good initiative, though I also felt the extension was supposed to be done countrywide. It's actually a civic right for everybody to vote. Especially this time around, the extension was quite a good initiative based on the fact that there was a huge turnout of the youth. So I feel it will encourage them so that they take part in the coming elections. Should this extension wouldn't have been done, or if it wasn't executed, it would have discouraged a lot of youth. So I speak on behalf of the youth. They were there, they are being catered, and then they will feel they are actually being, recognized, they are actually being involved. Because most of the people at the polling stations, if you could have seen or realized, they were actually the youth. A lot of them were youth. So if we would have cut them out, we could experience voter empathy in the coming elections. So for me, I feel it was a good gesture.
Mr. Mutumba, do you foresee any legal challenges post this election? Of course, we see a lot of sentiments from the political parties, from the leaders of these political parties. They're yet to take a proper stance as to the way forward. But just from the sense that you're getting right now, do you think there will be challenges to these elections here?
I should start off by saying the issue of a possibility of a legal challenge as regards whether or not exists is a very difficult question to respond to, because here we are dealing with diverse individuals whose perceptions are equally diverse. It's said that where one might feel there is no reasonable ground for a possibility of legal action, someone else's personal conviction on whatever grounds would hold the view that possibly there could be that possibility. But in terms of personal viewpoint, given what I know so far, I would want to believe the possibility, factually speaking, in my view, is questionable. But we cannot rule out, or we may not rule out a possibility that someone who might feel aggrieved for some reason, especially members of the parties that may not have performed that well to their expectation. We have seen this happening before. Over cases where you and I would be like, there is no ground here. But for some reason, someone would find ground. So that's why I acknowledge that it's a very difficult question to respond to. But otherwise, from a personal viewpoint, I don't really think so far there is ground for a possibility.
Matongo, you mentioned, of course, the youth and the youth turning out to the polls. Just give us an overview of, what you've observed here in the Zambezi region. I personally observed a lot of young people showing up at the polls. Does that speak to just how well voter education was executed here in the region?
I think this is a result of, people had keen interest to this election. So whether voter education was done well or not, the fact remains the youth this time around said they will come up in numbers and give their voice. I'm actually impressed that they turned up in numbers, because if you compare to the previous elections, there was voter empathy in Zambezi. You remember the 2021 elections, the by-elections for regional councillor? There were actually few people. Out of 14,000 and something registered voters, we only talk about over 4,000 voter turn-up. So when I saw the youth coming in numbers, I was like, this is what we want, because they have to speak out. Their vote is their voice. So I was actually impressed, and I'm hoping to see a lot of youth turn up in future, because, for in as much as we see elders being in leadership, we are the future leaders. So at the end of the day, you need to exercise your civic right in order for you to lead. How do you expect to be a leader and yet you don't want to come and vote? So I was actually impressed with the turn-up of the youth.
Very much. So Mutumba, obviously this also speaks to some of the issues that the youth are facing, and of course they are looking to address those issues through this electoral exercise. Just talk to us about some of the issues that you can pinpoint to here in the Zambezi region, here in Katima Mulilo urban constituency, as far as issues facing the youth, challenges facing the youth here.
Generally?
Generally, yes.
All right. I have noticed and observed that there is some degree of voter apathy, which I would want to attempt to attribute to possibly the fact that some people may not really understand the significance attached to voting. Okay? So as a result, now that I've touched on voting, to try and address that situation, so that at least in the future we can have even more, members of the youth group turning up for voting, that we intensify voter education. That really needs to be done. I'm not saying it's not being done, but I would want to view it as such, in the sense that I'm not aware of actual factual,
I think Ms. Matongo may disagree.
Evidence based on which I would support the idea that there is enough being done in terms of voter education. In actual fact, there is something very interesting. If I can be allowed to, You see, talking about voter education, with implication for civic education as well. One would have thought, though this one would have a national effect as well, that in schools, possibly, there should have been a subject called civics or civic education, where members of the youth, or where people generally, would get to learn about their rights. Because civic education will obviously expose them to their rights. But sometimes they are not that convinced as to their right to education. I mean, not the right to education, but their right to vote.
Yes.
And the fact that through voting, they can make things happen, including contributing towards the election of officials that would represent their needs. So if they don't turn up in large numbers, then the chances are, if the elders overpower them in terms of turnout, that they are most likely to vote for people that represent their interest in terms of their groupings. So this is why I would want to believe that something needs to be done along those lines.
So Togo, you double up as a youth activist as well, of course. Just looking at the Katima Mulilo urban constituency, perhaps even as far as the entire Zambezi region, what do you think are some of the issues that really drove the youth to the polling stations as a way of resolving some of those issues?
We actually did a lot of engagements with the youth, where they actually voiced out the challenges that they are actually facing and the reason for them not to have attended the previous elections. The youth are somehow angry because of the high unemployment rate in the country. And some decided they are not going to vote because they are unemployed. But fortunate enough, we organized platforms where we engaged them one-on-one and discussed these issues. We said, look, even if you stay at home because you are unemployed, your vote still counts because it's your voice. So you need to go there and vote. Actually, it will actually represent your voice. So we told them it's best that you go and vote so that you represent what you want. Because if you sit back and complain, but yet you've not done anything about your situation, it will not save you anyway. We've also spoke to the youth that we shouldn't just come up during election time and complain. We should actually look for mechanisms and come up with solutions when we are facing these challenges. We have platforms such as youth forums, each constituency up to regional, up to national. So these youth forums should be active and they should be put to good use so that at the end of the day it benefits all the youth. There are actually projects that are being presented, opportunities that are being presented to the youth. But unfortunately, because they do not make use of these forums or platforms, they end up losing out because their eyes are on employment, forgetting that not everybody will be absorbed in the public sector or the private sector. But if we come up together and perhaps come up with projects that are justifiable, we are going to cut on employment. In fact, we can be employers, we can also employ others, then we cut on the employment rate. So we might blame government today, we are not going to vote, but we forget that we, as the youth as well, we are doing or putting little effort to change our situations. So we made sure that we come out loud and voice out the uncomfortable truth that we fail to tell each other. So,
absolutely. Mr. Mutumba, of course, you're also a lecturer at the University of Namibia. Just talk to us about, the general uptake as far as, the career choices, and what sort of direction, the youth are headed in from an academic perspective, from an academic level, yeah.
Maybe you should. I'm not sure if I got your question clearly.
Yeah, just generally, from what you're seeing from an academic perspective. You are, of course, a lecturer at the University of Namibia as well. Talk to us about how the youth are taking up opportunities, but also the general direction in which youth are going career-wise, etc. Oftentimes we speak about the Zambezi region being potentially the breadbasket of Namibia, but it hasn't lived up to that potential. Talk to us about that,
Actually, in an attempt to respond to that question, I would say there is a need to that effect. That there has to be provision for career guidance. However, our actual understanding is that career guidance is done in schools, because we know for a fact that in schools we have life skills teachers whose responsibilities, among others, is to provide career guidance. So the understanding is that by the time these learners become students at UNAM or at the University of Namibia, for instance, they are already aware as to what their career choice is, such that our understanding is that the fact that they end up applying for a specific program is indicative of the fact that they have already, exercised choice as regards what they would want to be, and their choice of the program speaks to what they decided they would want to become. So as a result of that, obviously there would be a sense of a bit of relaxation in my view as to the provision of such services as career guidance, especially at a tertiary level. This is just a viewpoint, yes. But otherwise, we cannot hide from the fact that we occasionally come across students that would be in a specific program and would not be doing so well. And upon interview, the student tells you, look, I'm in this program circumstantially, not necessarily that I had really intended to be here. You know, that becomes a challenge. Then you now have to come in, you know, as an institution to try and provide a counseling to ensure that the student in the end. And fortunately, to that effect, we have the office of the student counselor, where we normally refer such cases to when we notice that, look, this student has potential, but for some reason the student is not performing. Whether it's a question of being in a program because it was not as per initial intention, but at least as university, for purposes of motivation to boost the specific student's performance, there is that provision in terms of the student counselor's office.
Fantastic. Just coming back to the elections, of course, we see behind us the colleagues from the ECN are hard at work with the verification process, of course, making sure that everything is in place. Ms. Matongo, have you had the opportunity to engage some of them? What are they saying? How is the verification process going?
I engaged some. They are saying the verification process is going quite well, apart from the challenges that they faced. Like I understand Kabe South, there was network issues and all that, but they were resolved. But as far as I'm concerned, for today, everything is going well.
Fantastic. Of course, they are anticipating the verification process to be concluded today. The Zambezi region may see itself being done with the overall election process today still. What does this say about the Zambezi region, Ian?
Impression-wise. Yeah, what it says, in my view, is that the Zambezi region seems to be very efficient. Efficient in the sense that within the availability of limited resources, considering the challenges, the region still managed to perform that well, in the sense that we reached the end of the process. And additionally, the fact that so far we have not yet heard of cases involving, among others, intimidation, that would account for some sense of discomfort in one way or the other. Based on that, one would say, look, we are a very peaceful and peace-loving society. That's what we are in actual fact. And the fact that, okay, the current situation speaks to that effect, that we are very, apart from being an efficient region, we are a very peaceful and a peace-loving society. Yeah.
Of course, the post-election result period is a very crucial period. Also perhaps one that's very tense. We know that the country may be tense right now because of the challenges, because of the experiences, but we also see a lot of misinformation and disinformation happening on social media. Just what is your word of caution during this period where we are awaiting the final results here?
In my view, I would say since the official results per se are not yet communicated to the general Namibian public, despite the fact that we have exposure now to results in whatever way, because some channels are actually very, very much informal. And we live during an age where technology, is in effect. And that being the case, people should be mindful of the fact that, look, people can use technology to manufacture or misrepresent results. And as a result, in as much as they have access to what appears to be legitimate forms or platforms, chances are some are so smart such that they have access to such forms and can craft or craft information by way of misrepresentation to the general public, so as to create a certain impression, like a possibility of vote rigging, if I can put it that way. Because so far we have come across forms that would contain information that would not tally. Like, for instance, you have a total assigned to a given presidential candidate or assigned to a specific party. When all the totals are added together, it goes, there's no reconciliation.
Exactly,
so this is the reason why we would extend a word of caution, by way of viewpoint, of course, that in as much as we can count on what we see, it should not be without a pinch of salt, given the background that I have shared here.
Mr. Matongo, your thoughts on what we're currently seeing on social media right now? It's really disheartening, if I can be honest, the degree of, fake news, disinformation being spread right now. And what do you have to say to those who find themselves on these platforms and also spread these further?
Yeah, I think for me it's an advice, because most of these things are done by the youth. They should know that we live in a democratic, peaceful country. So we should actually appreciate our country for being this peaceful. And this fake news that they are spreading might cause some instabilities to the country's peace. So I would urge the youth and other elders, if there are those that are involved in fabricating the false or fake information, to please abstain and make sure they follow the ECN portal so that they get the correct, validated information. Because even ECN said they have their own, we all know that there's a formal platform where ECN announces official results. So we should stay away from those fabricated information. We cannot stop it, but they should know we shouldn't destabilize this peaceful country over false information. We still want to preserve the peace.
The importance of verifying information before spreading it is ultimately important. Of course, possibly a year from now, not possibly, but a year from now, we will be going to another election, of course, on a local and regional level. What can you pinpoint to some of the lessons that we should take from these elections into next year's elections here?
The lessons that we should take into the upcoming elections are that, as people, when we are told election time is 7 o'clock to 21 hours, people decide to stay and come at 19 hours, then create chaos in the queues. So we should rather stick to time and make sure. Imagine this time around, the president declared the election day as a public holiday, but still people decided to sleep at their houses and come in the last minute, then start blaming people for the whole process. And number two, what I've actually learned is that we should continue actually encouraging the youth to take part in these or in matters that are of importance to the country, which is actually one of them is the elections, where they exercise their right. The third one is actually voter education, which I think should be actually intensified, especially in the rural areas. And then the other one is logistics. Actually, ECN has seen the challenges that they've actually faced this year. Though there are no irregularities, it's just the challenges that they have actually faced. So they should prepare well in advance to make sure that come next year, we don't face these situations or challenges that we faced this year. Actually, you need to do a post-mortem and see where have we failed and how do we improve the situation. So they should sit down and make sure that the circumstances that we actually faced now are not to happen. And encourage actually the party officials that are being sent to go and observe. I've seen some people are sent to polling stations to go and observe for their respective political parties, but at the end of the day, they end up leaving maybe without the people that deployed them knowing that their people have actually left. You are actually a party observer or an independent observer to ensure that you see everything step by step up until the end, so that you give the correct information to the people that are not in the know-how or the people that are not there. You actually represent the people that are not able to be there, because not everyone can be there, so they choose specific individuals to represent them. But you see people are leaving the polling stations, but yet you are sent to be an observer. So what are you going to report on? That's why propaganda is too much, because people are not there to ensure that they
give the correct information.
Exactly.
Yeah. Mr. Mutumba, for looking ahead to the local authority and regional council elections, what lessons can be taken? What should we do right? And what do you think? Do you think that process will go a bit better, considering that it's on a constitutional level? That the organizing and the logistics part of it would be much better.
In my view, given the fact that the subject of administrative inefficiency has really been the subject of contention, I want to believe the respective office is pretty aware of this, and I'm sure, like I indicated before, I'm not attaching a blame. I'm simply saying, given the situation, it's obvious there are some lessons that the respective officers should have drawn some lessons to make sure that they are fully prepared. But I want to believe it shouldn't really be an issue with the upcoming elections, because these ones are supposed to be done in such a way that you vote where you are registered. Yes. Yeah. So it appears as if that movement, freedom of movement, may not be really that accommodated. But of course, this is just a view. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Electoral Commission. So I just want to believe that, given the manner in which they are conducted, that is the difference between the General Assembly presidential elections compared to the regional, authority. Yes. So people should just be made aware through whatever channels that freedom aspect is or may not be accommodated with respect to the upcoming elections. So, like my colleague here indicated, people should just make sure they find themselves at the right place, right time, show up on time, so that they can exercise their right to vote, so as to also contribute towards the election of officials that are going to represent them well.
Very much, yeah. As the verification process is underway and looks to conclude very soon, what are your closing thoughts on the 2024 presidential and national assembly elections, particularly here in the Zambezi region, but also what is your message to the rest of Namibia as we go into this post-election period here?
What I would say, given what I pointed out already during our discussion, is that let us keep up the good work and keep improving. That's now in administrative terms, because perfection is a goal we shall all die before achieving, but shall be seen striving towards achieving. So the criticisms that might have surfaced should be taken positively as a way of communicating to us that there are certain specific areas that we need to do panel beating on. And I'm sure, given how I know us, that will be taken care of. With regards the peaceful environment equally the same. We are a very peaceful society. We are a peace-loving society. We should embrace the concept of democracy. Democracy, unfortunately, accommodates choices. And one's choice may not be the other person's choice. But the other person's choice should equally be respected in as much as your choice is the case. So that is what true democracy is all about. I look forward to the peaceful atmosphere such as the one that we are enjoying now. If ever there are people that could be aggrieved in one way or the other, there are channels that are set and that are available that can be explored without ramifications. So, that's what I would want to say.
Ms. Matongo, your closing thoughts on the 2024 presidential elections here in the Zambezi region and your message to the people of Zambezi, but also to the people of the rest of the country.
My observation is that the elections here were a success. However, I have something to say. Zambezi region is one region where we won't go out, follow procedure and air our views when we are actually aggrieved. Most of them would prefer to be on WhatsApp groups, insult each other, social media warriors. They forget the fact that we may actually be striving for one goal, but with different perceptions and choosing to go in different directions. So they have a belief that the fact that you are from different political parties, you can't sit together, crack heads for the betterment of tomorrow. Instead, they will be there insulting each other. So one thing that everybody should know is there will actually be a ruling party and opposition. Opposition will be there to push the ruling party into the right direction to ensure that whatever is planned for that benefits the nation is being implemented, because we are striving for development. Yes, but now people have an impression of the fact that we differ in ideologies, then we have to insult each other and be enemies. We can actually build a better Namibia when we crack heads, irrespective of the various political parties that we come from. So this is a cancer that is grown into the youth as well. They've also joined the elders. But what I would want to say, the youth are the future of tomorrow. So if they fight today, it means they will not be able to build a better Namibia tomorrow. So they should start reconciling and understand that they can't be in the same direction, though they have the same goal. Yes.
Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your insights and all the best to both of you here. There you have it. I was in conversation with Mushabati Matongo, who is an observer here in the Zambezi region, of course, for the 2024 presidential and national assembly elections. She was joined alongside Chichimwa Mutumba, who is an academic here in the Zambezi region, also an analyst, of course, giving us a lay of the land here in the Zambezi region, looking at the just conducted presidential and national assembly elections. It is, of course, the verification stage here in the Zambezi region, and they are expecting to conclude this process today still, and of course hand over those results to the results center. Dapewa, it's been a pleasure bringing you these updates from the Zambezi region. We'll continue to do so as the day progresses, but for now, it's goodbye.
Much Ndishi Hamufungu bringing us an update all the way from Katima, Mulilo, and we also like to remind our viewers that the preliminary results for the presidential as well as the National Assembly elections are being released, and we are all definitely looking out for them, and they are also displayed at polling stations in line with the Electoral Act. Now these results will then be forwarded to the constituency collation centers for the verification before being transmitted to the Central Election Results Center right here in the capital city, which is Windhoek. Now, Namibia's 121 constituencies each have a dedicated collation center to oversee this process. Now, once the results reach the Central Election Results Center, they will undergo the final verification and they will be signed off by the Electoral Commission of Namibia's chairperson. Now, only after this approval will the official results be publicly announced on the ECN's platforms, which is the website as well as the application that everybody can perhaps download on their phones and just also keep an eye out, keep yourself updated with what is happening. Well, as for me, my shift ends here. Jonas Mbambo will be coming in to take over. That is, of course, from the hour of 2, just also continuing the conversation of elections. And right now, we'll be crossing over to our colleagues in Keetmanshoop.
So much, Ndapewa, as you rightfully said, of course, we are broadcasting live. ECN's Collision Center here in the Keetmanshoop Urban Constituency, where I'm joined by a number of guests. They'll just be speaking to me about their experiences that they have had during the presidential and National Assembly elections that took place on Wednesday, the 27th of November 2024. As you know, about 1.4 Namibians, eligible Namibians, voted or registered for these particular elections, and they came in their numbers to voice their concerns and make sure that, that they choose the political parties and the presidential candidates of their choice. While now joining me just to discuss and just to get their views with regard to the voting process, with regard to the results that we are still waiting for, and just their overall impression of what transpired in the presidential and National Assembly elections. I am joined by Otis Daniels, who is representing the Namibia Media Hub. Yes. And then I'm also joined by our very own Mr. Doc Khomas from NBC. And then I'm joined by one of our scholars here in Keetmanshoop, Dr. Rauna Namukwambi. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us on NBC TV and for this special live broadcast.
It's an honor.
Great. Otis, obviously you've been here since the beginning of the election process. Just share with me some of your observations during this week of voting and where we are right now.
Yeah, thank you, man. I must say I'm impressed by what transpired in Keetmanshoop. I produced my accreditation card. I was allowed access. No hiccups at all. I observed the voting process took about 6 minutes, and there was nothing wrong with the process. I was allowed to come and do what I was tasked to do, to observe and to report on the proceedings without any interferences, and I'm thankful for that. I think the process in Keetmanshoop was derailed by problems experienced in other areas of the country. The moment the lack of ballots kicked in and the extension was announced, things went haywire. Also for the officials here in Keetmanshoop. Here we are sitting, 4 days into the process, and we are still waiting for, I think, 3 results. The officials have been doing their utmost best. They've collated, they've provided the stuff, and now the hiccup comes in IT. Is not connectivity as well as the system is letting us down. While the process has been, wow, it was amazing to be part of the people here in Keetmans, the voting process. Right. The queues in the beginning were long, but as I progressed through the day, those were dealt with adequately. At 9 o'clock, Keetmans was ready, to say, okay, we are closing our doors. No issues experienced with a lack of ballot papers. One station, teachers training college. Yes. 2-3 hours before closing time, they realized, we might run out. So I'm impressed by what transpired here in Keetmanshoop, but I'm saddened by the fact that it was derailed. I believe that if that extension was not granted, yes, we would have had the results from Keetmanshoop already. Yeah, that's my take.
Correct. Dr. Namukwambi, obviously you are a scholar of note. Just your impressions, especially from the supplementary registrations, voter education that took place, and then obviously the voting that took place on the 27th of November, and then where we are right now as we are waiting for verifications and the announcements of results.
Okay. Thank you very much, Natangwe. Thank you very much, NBC and the viewers out there. As a scholar and as a Namibian, as a voter, I've just noticed that this election of 2024 is an interesting one. Very interesting in such a sense that there was a high voter turnout in this country. So I voted from 2004. I think I was 20 years by then. So I started voting by then. But now, this is the first time I really seen a high voter turnout. And it means that majority of Namibians are now aware of their civic duties. They are also realizing the importance of participating in these processes. And for me, I'm impressed with that. And from the registration, when people were registering for voting, I think it was a bit slower. That's my observation.
Yes.
Because when I went to register, it was few people. But the ECN, the political parties, have been advocating for people to go and register for voting, which they did. But surprisingly, the people who have registered for voting, they came to vote. And that for me itself, it has really impressed me. And if we are going to go in this manner as Namibians, so it means we are really going to be comfortable and say that we as Namibians, we have voted for this political party, we have voted for this president, and this president needs to hear us because we have voted. So that's what I've observed. What I've also observed during the election day is that the queues were very long. As I informed you that the voter turnout was very high. So it is the first time myself, he had a different experience. It is the first time I came in the queue at 7 o'clock and I left past 3. And it's not, I'm not saying it's a delay, a deliberately delayed. It is because the number of people that were in front of me, there were a lot. There were a lot, and I also respect the ECN that they need to follow every step.
Yes.
Every step. So everything else was explained to me is just that the queue was long, but I managed to vote. And what is also interesting is that in previous elections, my experience was when the queue are so long, young people will say, no, I'm just going, I'm leaving the queue. That was not the case. The young people were there sitting. They were going and they would tell you, Meme, please, I'm standing in front of you, I'm standing behind you, I'm coming back. And they are coming back. It means they want their voices to be heard. I'm so impressed with the Namibians, and with the outcome of elections, they will say why they were standing in those long queues. So it means they want their voices to be heard.
Yeah. Obviously, the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation had reporters throughout the southern regions, especially in Khomas, all the four corners in the Karas region, including the Artab region. Dr. Khomas is one of those reporters that have been everywhere. Just share with us some of your experiences. Where are the constituencies that you went to visit, and what was your observation generally?
Jimmy, most of the time in fact, the whole election, I was traveling through the different ballot stations in Khomas of Eben. But my takeaway from this election is that, yes, I'm not surprised about the high turnout. But if you look back at analyze the past election turnout, you would see that Namibians flood to the polls when it's time to elect a new leader, new president. The same with Tade Pohamba's. The numbers went up in terms of voter turnout. Again, late Dr. May Solin, rest in peace, improved on the percentage, the number of votes, the turnout that the Pohamba has gathered. So I'm not surprised. But also, there's also the other element that as Rona has rightfully said, that Namibians, I want to use the term, it's become sophisticated. They are voting it's no longer this thing of voting for loyalty or sentiments, although still prevalent, but people know what they want from a leader, from political party. And also the fact that reality has kicked in now. Some of our citizens, those one that has fallen through the safety nets of this government. And even for us who are sitting here, that the realities kick in. The rallies are gone, the euphoria is gone, the meals at the rallies are gone, the music entertainment that were provided.
The T-shirts are gone.
T-shirts are gone, and we still face the same. And the expectation is from us as the voters is, what are you going to do? Are you up to? Are these people that you have elected, are they up to the task? Do they take us seriously? That's the number one question. My concern is, will they take us again serious? Or will they just vote, chase us? That is the questions that I think that, because if you have looked at the faces, if you had seen the faces of these people, they had this hope. They had hope. They were expecting better from this government. And that is the message that I want to probably, I was too blunt, or probably I didn't put it right. Yeah. But I think to all leaders, that is what the people look to.
And then that brings me to the next question also. It's exactly what you were saying, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Daniels, you were on the ground. What were some of the issues, the concerns that people said that this is the reason why we come in numbers? This is the reason, like Dr. Namikwambu was saying, that despite the fact that the queues are long, people opted to stay. So what were some of the reasons that prompted them this time around for them to make sure that they want to get into the booth and put their marks where it's needed?
I think people want change. The sentiment that most expressed to me was that we want a coalition and we want to make that happen. That's what I got from most of the people I spoke to. We want a collaboration. We want a collaborative government, something similar to what is transpired in South Africa. So that's why people feel that let's come and speak. Let's come and have our voices heard. For me that was the main theme that emerged. I'm here because I want parties to collaborate. Yes. I want my party to have a say with the next party or whatever party.
Jimmy, as far as my reading and my experience in these elections, for me, this thing of change probably exists only in the minds and the messaging of politicians, which I do not blame them. But my experience with reading the situation on the ground is that people were hoping for a better. You cannot expect a hungry man for him the issue of changing is not that urgent or needed. Do you want bread? Do you want employment? Do you want better health services or expanded health services to the rural areas? And these are issues. When I interview the students at the University of Namibia, Southern Campus, healthcare to rural areas, education opportunities to rural areas, so that we address this issue of migration to the cities, education facilities, the availability of tertiary institutions in regions like Gunene, Hartap and Karas. These are issues that people. With that said, I think also the other issue is what I've read in this election is it's a prediction of how people gonna vote in the next regional and local elections. One thing that I've read is that they want performers. Okay. People that are committed to their cause. They want people of integrity. The other thing is, having said that, it's the writing is in the wall for certain political parties. If they not correct it in these results, or even for the parties that will have the most seats in the elections, if they correct it, Namibians, we are watching. Like I said, people know what they are voting for.
Yes, and exactly like both of you are saying, and this is where I want also Doctor to come in, because we are seeing that Namibians have truly come off what they want, specifically saying that listen, we want education, we want employment, this is what we want. Do you feel that the civic organizations have also played their part in that awakening of educating Namibians in terms of their rights and what they want and demanding it from their leaders? And does these elections reflect that?
Yeah, I'm not really privy to the information and the awareness that the civic organization have played. I've seen few ones that have really come forth and advocate for people to go and vote. I think it's Namibian Institute of Democracy. I saw them, they were advocating for people to really exercise their rights and to vote for the party of their choices. I've seen that, and I also attended one of their sessions. What I've also have come across is the churches. The churches were also participating in this process, but what I've seen from them was they were more giving, they were praying for these nations to have peaceful elections, calm elections. I think that one ties to their mandate and to their role in the community. That's what I would say. But what I've seen most, it was the political parties. Political parties, they were really forefront of voters' education. They were forefront of campaigning. So it was everything together. And you would see political parties started earlier than in January already with activities. Yes. Not really like campaigning, but you could see these are indirect campaigning. They are putting their members together. They are talking to their members. So that's what I've seen so far during this process. But I just want to get to your topic, to what my colleagues here have said. It's about the expectations of Namibian is that what I've seen, that is my observation, is that the Namibians have really taken a stand that they are going to vote because they want to place a responsibility onto their leaders. So it means they want to make sure that whoever they are going to vote, they are going to put them to task. So whoever emerges, it's a popular one, and they have placed trust in them. But what is also interesting as the results are tripling in is that you'll have presidential candidate and the National Assembly results are a bit not talking to each other. You will see here the presidential candidate is high, but the National Assembly is a bit low. So that also tells you a different message. As just an observer that I think they are looking for proportional representation for different political parties, and this is what their views are. And also with that, I would say is that it is also different factors. As you are aware that the level of literacy of our Namibians is also high now, is that people are able to really see and say, I'll look for this candidate because of this and that, and I'll look for this party because of this and that. And that is voiced out through when they are voting. So it means that I think after the outcome of these elections, I think as Namibians, coming from different political parties, it's time to listen to each other. We need to sit and listen to each other. What are our problems? These are our problems, and we need to tackle them head on. Because when Namibians are leaving everything that they are supposed to do and going to election, it means they want to be heard. So it should be the same manner when they are voicing out their problems, which we are all aware of it. It is what it's supposed to be. So it means their views are very clear, that they would want to be heard. Whether the status quo will remain or whether there will be some alteration, their voices will be heard. And this is what is important. And for the leaders to be in Namibia, they need to hear that. But what I've also seen so far is a peaceful elections that I've seen so far here in Keetmanshoop. There was no really a lot of confrontations as we have seen in some parts of the country, but this is really was a good experience.
Just Mr. Daniels, before Doc comes, she just spoke about peaceful elections. You are obviously on the ground speaking to the various different voters. You've been seeing, the behavior of the people. You've seen the frustrations. What was your experience with regard to the manner and the behavior of those ones that were eagerly awaiting to vote?
Indeed, peaceful. I have not encountered one single incident of people intimidating one another while I was at polling stations. People behaved very respectfully towards one another. The elderly were allowed to go and vote, and as Prof said, and my colleague there said, the youth turned up in numbers, and the youth were patient. They were there the whole day, and here in Keetmanshoop, 2 incidents of people that arrived intoxicated, but they went through the process. They voted, they casted their vote, and that was it. So overall, top performance from the people.
Right, Doc, do you want to add also something?
Yeah, one message. Probably I will be crucified, but one thing that I read this far of the results trickling in is that the youth, the voice of the youth has not come through so far. If you look at the results, if you look at the presidential results, which tells me that probably I'll be crucified once again, but let me be frank. Probably they don't have too much trust in the young candidates. Because why else, or is it the advantage of incumbency that
the leadership, at the
incumbency of the candidate that is now leading?
Yeah.
Or is it an issue of trust, or what is it? You cannot pinpoint it. So it will be very interesting if the ECN comes and give us the demographics in terms of the voting patterns. Or is it, again, like in the past, that the elderly turned out more at the polls? Those are issues that I'm interested in to see whether it's...
And what if you observe, because you've been on the ground, you went to a number of polling stations. You went as far as Gellerpost, which is more rural setup, although it's in the Keetmanshoop urban constituency. What were you seeing in the queues?
No, I will not differ with my 2 colleagues. They've come to the table. The youth has come to the table. And like Rona said, for the first time in these elections, I see couples with whole family. In the past, it was just the father who was going to vote, the wife and the kids are at home. Probably I'm exaggerating, but true. But this election, we have seen a lot of things, The animosity that usually we experience with the older folk, even in the queues, that people will insult each other because of the political difference. Namibians are very much emotional at election day, probably because of the apartheid past that we are coming from. But now it was peaceful. And even I should also upload the brothers in the liquor trade. Really, they came to the table. They adhered to and we encounter less it intoxicated people.
During election day.
Almost non-existent at the stations that I was.
And I heard you all saying that, also Mr. Daniels, you were also speaking about that there was no intimidation with regard to at polling stations. But have you seen anybody, with party colors? Have there been any contravention of election rules, maybe campaigning or victimizing people, maybe some group of people at trees telling them, vote swap or vote who? Have you experienced any of those issues or scenarios?
From my side, no. Okay. Because I was focused within the polling stations. And there things went properly,
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, for me what I've observed is that I think I haven't also observed really campaigns during the voting process, especially at the polling station, because I think Namibians had really quite sufficient time to campaign. And you could see the fatigue in many political parties because, as I told you, that people started campaigning as early as January. Yes. So it means they were just making final touches up. So they were really, I think the voters really knew what they were going to do. So it means even if though you come at the polling station that time, campaigning, I think people have already made up their mind. It was not going to make a significant difference. But what I've seen is that it may also sound, but this is my observation because I'm also a voter here in this country, it's just that I've seen the voters are sending a message that they would want to, they are looking for a mature candidate, presidential candidate, a candidate that have got a track record. They are also looking for a candidate that they are trusting. They may have different views on maybe a political party, but the candidate, they are very clear to say, we want this matured candidate. And we can see, as much as we have got little result that have came in, you could see the leading candidate is a matured person. She has been a leader in government, so it means that would also say, that is my observation, because people would want, and even the second one that is in is also not a young person. It's not a young person, but it's also a much
a sense
older.
Of maturity.
But you could see, interesting is you could see even that the people are looking for, they are looking at the candidate themselves. So, and this ties, I also want to give an input when it comes to next year regional and local authority election. It means Namibians are also looking at also candidates, not really sometimes political party per se. So it means, I think the political parties, when they are going to be fielding their candidates, they must be mindful of the type of candidates that they are fielding, because people will want to see people who of integrity, humble people, people who have got track record, people that they can trust. So that's what I've seen so far. But let's wait until the results are coming in so that we can really get a clear picture as to what Namibians really want to say. But you could see already from the early, it is showing, it is pointing down towards that.
Great. We are, of course, broadcasting live here from the Khomas TN's Coalition Center, where I'm in discussion with journalists and some scholars about their observation with regard to the national and presidential elections that took place on the 27th of November 2024. It is just past the hour of 12. We are live here from Khomas. Dr. Khomas, you also was listening to what Rona was saying, and also Mr. Daniels. I see you were nodding a little bit there. Well, what were you thinking about?
Yeah, just to add what Rona said is, if you also read in the different polling stations all over the region, you would see in terms of the turnout, this disjointedness, because like in Karasburg West, Berseba, in Karasburg, you see that for the presidential, as opposed to the national, in these three constituencies that I've just randomly picked to analyze, to see what I could read into. So what does it say, really? What does it say? What does it say in terms of political parties? Are people stop believe in political parties, or what is it then? Or is it like what
Great.
Dr. Rona said, issues that are those issues that she mentioned that people are looking into?
Great. Doc, I really don't want to cut you, but unfortunately we are pressed for time. You would know that, with this type of live events, it happens that we are pressed for time. But I'm sure that Namibians from all walks of life will continue to have this type of discussions, whether it's in their living rooms, whether it's at the bars, at the soccer fields, wherever. This discussion will continue. As you rightfully said, we are just waiting for the results to come in. And then at the end of the day, whoever is the emergent candidate, it is still going to be the Namibian president and not Party A president and Party B president. But thank you so much for joining me in this discussion.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you very much.
So that was our panelists just discussing and giving their views with regard to the elections that just took place for the presidential and National Assembly elections. We were, of course, broadcasting live from the Keetmanshoop's ECN Collusion Center. It's back to you in studio from us from Keetmanshoop.
Saying that the ballot papers will be marked with pencils. Some members are actually worried about these procedures. Now here with me, I'm standing with one of the citizens who actually casted their vote, but are actually worried about these procedures of ballot papers being marked with pencil. But although we've heard that there will be strict measures actually, which will be applied when these ballot papers will be counted. So, sir, would you please tell us what is actually worrying you that these ballot papers are being marked with pencils?
Because I asked them, can I not mark it with my 2 pens, because I was having pens, and they just told me that no, just only with the pen, with a pencil. And I asked them, why is it only with the pen? I don't understand it, because corruption is always.
Welcome back. We are, of course, broadcasting live from the ECN's Collusion Center here in the Keetmanshoop Urban Constituency, where I'm joined by a panel of guests to discuss, their views and opinions with regard to the just ended presidential and National Assembly elections. Thank you so much, guys. Obviously, with regard to, what this election meant for us. Doc, you were earlier saying, speaking about the importance of this election. Just continue with that conversation that you had with us.
Yeah, I just want to shift my focus on the other stakeholders in this election. Like as Otis was saying in his opening remarks, really the staff has pulled. But I think also it's time that ECN should also, where they have messed up, for a lack of a better word, come to the table and take responsibility. They cannot continuously hide behind the government.
Are you able to maybe share with us, because you were on the ground as a journalist and as a reporter, what are some of the mishaps or the issues that you've maybe encountered with regard to the Electoral Commission of Namibia?
The turnaround time, you see, we as reporters and as human beings, even if you write a test, very simple example, you want the result, you are very eager with the result. So I would say the turnaround. Say for instance, let's take as an example this specific collation center. These people finish counting. We are into the 4th day, and the only problem is this: the staff cannot succeed in connecting the main center in Windhoek. Is it technology? If it's technology, why is it not addressed? Maybe I sound like a politician, but really not. And you could see the disappointment of the staff. The morale was very high when we met and undertake this journey Tuesday evening. Even the poll workers, the returning officers, the mood was very high, but now people just want to get rid of this. And as humans, that's where mistakes can slip in. So ECN has to look at the turnaround time.
Maybe Dr. Rona, your observation.
My remarks is just to say at last here that I think I want to thank the Namibians, both abroad when we started with the special voting, the security clusters that they voted on the 13th, and us the general ones who voted on the 27th. Thank you very much for really heeding to the call of the ECN to go and cast your vote and to vote for the leaders of your choice as well as the political party of your choice. That was commendable. However, I just want a takeaway for ECN. I think ECN, they have seen what went wrong. They have seen what went wrong, and I think it's now for them to improve on what went wrong. Because if these mishaps continues.
Sorry, my apologies, doctor. Not to cut you. Are there some examples that you've seen from your side that you've observed, where you can pinpoint to say that this is like Doc was saying. The voting was done, but where the ECN failed here in this particular constituency was the fact that they could not. There were some technological problems. It should have been seen. It should have been planned already. Are there maybe some concrete examples we can see?
Concrete example is that the high turnover. We have seen that is that there were long queues. So what I said, they've seen the mishaps, and is that I think they have had the Namibian Statistic Agency statistics. The registered voters the numbers are much higher than the previous ones because of the number of people, increase in the number of population. So I think they need to increase the polling station. I've seen they've increased 1 or 2 in a constituency. I don't think it was adequate. So it means I think they've seen what was wrong, so I think it's for them to improve. I think the systems that they've used is now having technical glitches is what my colleague here is saying is that really those technical glitches is also really bringing a lot of uncertainty, anxiety. And when there's uncertainty, there's anxiety, then suspicion comes. And when suspicion comes, then you are likely to have some sort of disgruntlement. That's where people start accusing ECN of different things. So if they have just looked at the statistics and they have maybe printed an adequate number of ballot papers, that's what I've heard in other parts, and increase the polling stations based on the population, the statistics that good, then it was going to be much more smoother rather than extending the hours. So I think They could have really done much better so that they don't raise these suspicions and also uncertainty, and this will really, it will not go in their favor because people will accuse them of various things that they did not do.
Doctor, now that you are on the various polling stations or increasing them, what about maybe having the voting process taking place in 2 days? Would that also be a thing where ECN can improve, or do you feel that our population is enough for us to be able to vote in 1 day?
I think that one is now, I think the leaders in the ECN, they now have to weigh and justify either of the options, because having more polling station, it means you will have more than staff members. So that one, it's cost. So would you rather have more polling stations and have a bit more staff members, or would you rather have 2 days and have this existing staff member and then pay them extra, because I believe they are paid per day. So it means they really have to analyze the cost implications. And that one, I think, when they are appointed, they have that capacity. So it means they have to do a cost analysis and present them to government to say, this option is much more cost effective as to that. But certainly what I would say is that something has to be done, either to increase the polling station or increase the days, so that really the customers, these are the voters, are presented with adequate time to go and cast their votes. And also what I also want to say shortly is that, because we are pressed on time, is that the systems, I think they need to try to test their system, because I'm now saying it appears that this system is not able to hold or to deal with big data, because now everybody is on the system of ECN to try to upload. So now if you do not have that capacity to deal with big data, technical glitches will always trick in. That's why there will be that delay. I think they also need to do some drive runs and also look at different countries. You know, South Africa is a big population, or other countries, and say, how are they doing it, so that they can also improve the presenting of the results, to increase efficiency and also for effective service delivery, because they are also an institution that is also a responsible institution, and that should also be accountable. I thank you, Natango.
Great. Mr. Daniels, before I come to you, maybe Mr. Daniels, obviously you've been in and around this whole constituency here. What was your observation with regard to ECN, and where would you maybe want them to improve? Where would you want to compliment them also where they've done well?
Yeah, first and foremost, I agree wholesomely with my two colleagues here. And then I want to add on that I saw a slogan, the ECN is committed to integrity. I want them to live up to it. And I know they are capable, you know. Rightfully said, the system glitched. And the system has been glitching for the past 2 days. What solutions, what alternatives were there? Were there any alternatives, you know? It's 2 days now, and the system is still glitching, you know. So we know now that it's not internet connectivity, because we did some tests, and we realized that uploading speed and downloading speed was phenomenal, you understand? So it was not that, it's the system, you know. Going forward, go and look for an alternative. Put contingency plans in place, so that if this happens, how are we going to deal with it? How are we going to make it better? You know, the process worked flawlessly at the polling stations. You know, the system has let us down. So my taking out of this is go and look where the system has failed it and see how we can improve on this.
Right. Doc?
Yeah, you know, I have observed, and I hope it's not true. But I have observed that I've heard that the ITs were trained Tuesday afternoon from 2 o'clock for a half day. And if that was, I hope the training was just to touch them up. But if that training was aimed at enabling them, capacitate them to deliver during this election. That is hopelessly inadequate. And then I hope, because I could see also that at points, at some stages, as we were observing, that some of the IDs get lost in terms of capacity to handle all these skills level. So definitely ECN has also to look so that people do not look as foolish, because of, being half trained, just been brought at the last hours on the train. So, but definitely as a nation, we are 1 point, we are population is growing, so to me the reality must be looked at, are we realistic with us for one thing? So we need definitely a family talk on this issue and look into the options that Dr. Rona has put forward, I think.
I'm from me, who's not from the media, because I see they're all from media. It's just, yes. I also want to commend the media, because the media has played a major role, really, in this election. And it's just to really inform the nation. And I've seen media houses really reporting at different political party activities. They have really done a great job. I think the complaints from different political parties will be there, because it will depend on how the media is reporting that. Yes. And you must know that it's ethics. So the media would report objectively to what they think it's objectively, because they are guided by ethics. So it means that you cannot really tell them what to report on. But what I would want to appreciate is their presence at different various political activities and at various polling stations. Really, they did a very good job. So it means that even if you were having misinformation from social media, it was always really corrected by the mass media, which is now your newspapers as well as your television. So they really did a great job. So we just hope that maybe if funding will be a problem anyway, maybe if they can be assisted with funding just to increase that, because I would wish you want to cover all of the constituency, but it's impossible. It's just for funding so that they can reach everyone. That's all what I can say. And
I really do appreciate Dr. Namkwambi, the fact that you said that the media also played a big role during these presidential and National Assembly elections, but then the media can equally be a culprit in spreading, in allowing platforms in allowing elections. How we then see that Namibia, after these elections, is the one that wins.
Sometimes the lack of free flow of information. And we in the rural areas are dealing very much with leaders, officials, setting of information that could have been already released to the masses to address or to clear up issues. Sometimes leads to the media, and especially now with the social media. Those are competitors of the established media houses like NBC, like the newspapers, the social media, when something is on the social media. So we as journalists also needs to be trained to deliver a quality product, but it depends on the transparency of the powers that be, or any other organization to bring up the information on time.
For me, I just want to say, individual Namibians who have got a responsibility towards our country. So it means if there is post-election violence as a result of spreading false post-election violence is a result of spreading false information. It will still come to us. So when the infrastructures are demolished, when the fires is burning, it will still come back to us because this is the only home that we are having. So it means that we have to spread factual information because in the end we want to build this country. So it means it should start at the individual level who spreads the information, and thereafter the media, they will not have anything to pick up because it has to start from somewhere. That's what all I can say.
Mr. Daniels?
Yeah, I think each and every journalist aspire to a recognized code of conduct. You know what to do, how to behave, and how to carry yourself. And as a member of the fourth estate, you have a responsibility to be truthful and to be factual in the way you report things. Generally speaking, we as Namibians are very patient and we are very tolerant, and I think we will give a fair chance, to come and say, okay, we fumbled there, we are going to redress the situation like this, and here are the results.
Doc, briefly you wanted to say something?
Yeah, the issue of spreading false information has got different sides. And as much as Dr. Rona was stressing, which is correct, at the very primary level of the individual, the government has also to play a role.
Yes, thank you so much, and it's very important that you say that government has to play a role. Thank you so much, Mr. Daniels from the Namibia Media Hub. Thank you so much, Dr. Rona Namukwambi, which you are, of course, a scholar of note. Thank you so much, our very own Dr. Khomas, our NBC reporter. Thank you so much for that insightful conversation that we've had and that we were speaking about, especially about the just ended presidential and National Assembly elections. Well, there you have it. That was our very own panelists just discussing and giving us their views with regard to the just concluded presidential and National Assembly elections. We go back to the ECN Center there in Windhoek. From us here in Keetmanshoop, it is back to you there at the ECN Center in Windhoek.
Well, this is the Central Election Results Center, and here we are expecting the official announcement of the results to be made by the Electoral Commission of Namibia once verification process that is happening behind me has been completed, and that will be taking place later today. Of course, the polling stations are still open in the 8 constituencies as the continuation of voting is currently at its day 2, and polling stations are expected to close at 9 o'clock today once the last person that is found in the queue has cast their vote. A polling station will close and counting then will begin. If you have not gone out to vote yet, please ensure that you do so, provided that you are close to the polling stations that have been opened for the continuation of the voting process. Well, this wraps up my contribution for this afternoon. My colleague Denver Kisting will be taking over, but please stand by as the news at 1 will be following shortly. Thank you so much for always keeping it locked to NBC.